Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It is me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, still addicted to this song because it's actually really good. But how's it going, everybody? Welcome on in. What's up? Oh, hold on. Wait, hold on. I forgot something. Wait, hodl. I'm not here yet. Everyone pretend I'm not here. Everyone close your eyes. Avert your gaze, children. DAGATH alerts. Hold on. I'm still technically not here. Avert your gaze for 1 second. Okay, now. Okay, Twitch, you can look back. You're fine now. And YouTube, here, now you can pay attention. There you go. I forgot to do the pinned comment. Whoopsies. How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in, Douche Lord. What you up to? Akblov. Hello, Rogue. Hope you're well. What's up, Dalen? What's up, Redacted? Good to see you again, Echo. Hey, Dave. Hope you're feeling a little bit better, Echo. Welcome on back, Dovalat. What's up, Eliza? Gamir. What's up with you? Night Owl. Hello, hello. Hey, May. Hey, Iron. Hey, Sebastian. What's up? Good to see you again, Trooper. Been a little while. Happy to have you back. Zerfast. What's up? Sup, Civil. Excellent to see you again. Mo Spar, digging the shirt today? Yeah, I was like, I want to feel a little springy today. I was like, let me be a little springy. Yeah, I'm gonna learn DAGATH today, finally. Hey, Tazzy, how you doing? Welcome back, Tara. The snowfall makes it better. Love the snowfall. What's up, Raccoon? Raccoon, how you doing? Hold on 1 second, sorry. Sorry, I just had a thing pop up that I need to deal with. I didn't want it to pop up on screen with y'all. There we go. Okay, we're good. Sorry. I just had a few things there. You love Horse Girl? I gotta learn how to... I know that they're not a hard frame. Margolis from Orient Destructor. All right. I know that they're not necessarily like a super hard frame to play, but it's more of like I just want to understand them better. Like, y'all know me. I like to know the nitty-gritty details so that if someone comes in, like, I can explain it simply for those who needed a simple explanation, and then I can explain the complexities for those who want the more complex information. So that's what I'm trying to do today. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, you know what we're doing, though. Echo, I saw you. There you are. Hey, Dark Knight, how you doing? Are you gonna play with the augment or without? I think we'll probably try to do some builds with the augment and some builds without. Douche Lord. And Cardi, are you around? You're not on. So if not Cardi, who would like to join us for Steel Meridian dailies? My squad, my friendos, my seat warmer. Where are you, Cardi? Okay, seems like Cardi's not here, so that's okay. But if anybody wants to join us for some Steel Meridian dailies, just speak up. We got room for one. And she's very good at making weapons hurt. Yes, she's very, very strong at that. Seat warmer for the streamer who stands. True. Actually, I'm really enjoying the standing desk. It just like, for me, I'm someone who needs that division of space. So when I'm standing, I'm working, and when I'm sitting, I'm relaxing. It's nice. Umose on Friday's Friday Day. No, we're gonna be playing with some streamer friends on a different game. I just don't know if they've announced that they're doing that yet, so I'm kind of like, I don't know what's going on there. Not gonna lie, getting DAGATH is easier than getting one of the components to build the parts. Well, the DAGATH blueprints are actually pretty easy. Like, you can get the blueprints fairly easily, but the actual like DAGATH farming, because you need the vein thorns, is a little bit annoying for some people. Hey Fenrir, how you doing? Welcome in. What's up, Maddie? Been a while. Happy to see you back. Also, for whatever reason, you've gotten invested in making the order look cool. Ooh, getting in on that fashion frame. What's up, Merlin? How you doing? Alrighty. Well, anyone else for Steel Meridian dailies before we just get going here? We got room for one. Yeah, because DAGATH, you can get DAGATH normally from the blueprints in your dojo, so it's not, like, difficult. But then you have to farm her missions for the Vein Thorns, and you have to, like, buy the mission keys from your syndicate. So, like, it's not the easiest farm in the world. And giving more people more access to the frame is something that I'm always down for. You know what I mean? All right. Nobody seems to want to be joining us, so let's just go the three of us. I've got, like, 3 things on the back burner today. So, I'm like, you know. They weren't lying when they let you know that the new core quest line is quite long. Yeah, it's like 4.5 hours. Is it worth farming up the special Tenno ability? I'm assuming you mean the Tactilist artifacts, the ultimates, I assume is what you mean, Maddie? And yes, absolutely. They do have some really neat tech. When you activate them, they, you know, do some damage, and the damage isn't, like, crazy, but the bigger thing is the utility that it brings each focus school. You know, Vazarin will allow you to resurrect every allies within range, like, even if they've used all of their revives, or it's like arbitrations or something like that, where you can't get a standard revive, which is quite nice. Unaru can summon a bunch of universal orbs and do, like, a whole bunch of stuff there. Zeneric gives you extra power strength, duration, casting speed, and makes your abilities not cost any energy. Matarai, I always forget what Matarai does for some reason, and, like, Narman makes your weapon damage just really good. How many arms they got? I only got 1. Well, I got 2 arms, technically. How's the Kodahima with the augment? Really, really good. Really, really, really good. Especially on frames that have some form of self-healing or some other combination with, like, who need healing, right? Or have some form of function that is activated by healing. All of those make it an especially great weapon. But even then, it's a very, already was a powerful frame, or already was a powerful weapon because it gets multiplicative gun co from galvanized aptitude. So it just got better because now it gets more crit chance and crit damage. And it's just really good. And you don't, the nice thing about the Hema augment versus the Vasmu augment is you don't need a ton of health to activate its fully. Whereas the Hema augment sort of requires you to, the Vasmu augment, sorry, it kind of requires you to have a little bit more health to fully maximize its capabilities. But the other one is like, you know, it's not that bad. Hey, Auntie, welcome in. How you doing? What's up, Riaz? Good to see you again, Hellblade. What you up to today? You did the main quest, but you never learned how to do the ultimates? Yeah, so the ultimates are farmed. You get half of an ultimate from just finishing the old piece, and then you also get, every day Marie has a rotating shop where you can buy the resources. So if you want to do, like, a slow grind, you can get like all the materials necessary for one ultimate a month just by popping in and seeing Marie in the cathedral. You're super excited about DAGATH alerts because you're not farming that? Yeah, the DAGATH farm isn't that bad, but I understand. It's, you know, having more accessibility to stuff is always good. Any good but lesser used weapons you like? You're looking for MR and want to try weapons that you do enjoy. I mean, I really like the Kuva Hind, and that thing is a little bit lesser known or less enjoyed. I think it's a very, very fun weapon. Why is the screen so small for stream? I don't know. Are you on mobile? You're gonna farm DAGATH, you just want a spare for Helminth? Ah. Yeah, the spare for the Helminth is never a bad thing. Always take a free Helminth thing. Oh, looks like I got minimized? Oh, that's odd. That's weird. It's fixed? There we go. I believed in you. I knew you could do it. Good to see you again, bad at naming stuff. Hope you're doing well. What's an underwhelming Kuva weapon? It's not because the weapon itself is underwhelming, but because its fire mode is underwhelming. The, Kuva Dragoon. If the Dragoon had a automatic fire once it was fully charged up, it would be a much better weapon. Considering that you were a DAGATH main for a while, this one next going to the chair. What's the, what are the situations that DAGATH's helmet can be good? If you need viral and you want to be casting, and you want to apply a lot of viral stacks at once, it's, can be pretty useful in that regards. Where's my other minion? Oh, is my other minion dead? Alright. Sucks to suck, I suppose. Flares isn't that bad? Nah, Flare's farm is actually really easy. Stage defense is, like, a really easy farm, actually. Now Citrine's farm, I know a lot of people don't enjoy that one. It is a little bit of a slog, but I liked it. But then again, I am someone who is perpetually cheerful when it comes to that type of stuff, and also I like grinds, so, you know. Is the guy thing already on? It starts in 15 minutes. Fenrir. And if you watch today's short, you can find out all the information you need. It just takes ages to do it twice. Yeah, and the nice thing is, though, there is, like, the pity system with it. So it's not, like, awful, but with Citrine. But it is certainly one that I think that they could do some improvement on. You want to do a Lich today? Then do a Lich today. Hey, Nexus. How am I? I'm doing really well. What you up to? Pity system could use some improvements for Citrine. Yeah, I do agree that the pity system could use some improvements for Citrine. Especially. Thinking about Kuva heck. I mean, the heck is a hecking good time. This is true. This is known. It is very, very fun. Went straight to the game, didn't finally been pay attention. Yeah, so they start at 2 p.m. Eastern. So that's 13 minutes from now. They're coming for my D. Just munching, trying to get a few prime parts you need. Been sitting in the bazaar, and random people keep trying to trade you things you don't want. Oh yeah, that happens. You're a certified heck fan? Heck yeah. It's a heckin' good time. Sending your late night regards. No worries, Andromeda. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, time zones? Yes, time. Oh no, you streaked. Oh. Just out here streaking like that, out in public. What the hell? What would your parents think of you? What would your grandma think of you just streaking around like that? Gotta build it up and just not a fan of the way the comb works. That's totally fair. I love the comb. The comb is certainly one of my more favorited shotguns in the game. I love that. Time zones aren't real. Change my mind. Disclaimer, you can't. Okay, that's fair. Time zones aren't real until you get hit with a server shutdown on World of Warcraft, and then you realize what time 8 a.m. ES or PST is. And you're just like, wait, what? What do you mean 9 a.m. PST? What do you mean I can't play WoW on my day off on a Tuesday? What the hell? And then time zones become really real, and you're just like, man, what am I gonna do for the next 3 hours? I was ready to play World of Warcraft. There was many a times when I would have a Tuesday off and that would happen to me, and I would just be like, stupid server maintenance. Getting in the way of my fun. Hey, Smoggin, how you doing? Alright, mission 1, down. Well, apparently Mr. Zeno's been collaborating with Akai, huh? Oh, so that went out today. That was the Araxia build, yeah. 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 Yeah, so that was the, Kai was having some technical problems. I think his laptop broke when in the middle of this sort of little collab. So that's the Araxia level cap build that I have. That's who we were collabing with. It was very, very nice of Kai to invite me on for that. I saw Kai was doing some Araxia things, and I was like, hey, dude, have you tried this out yet? Because it would be funny. And then he was just like, do you want to do a collab with that? It's like, oh, sure, dude. In the game. Joke's on you. You like Limbo. As long as you're having fun, that's what matters. Hey, Pulver, how you doing? Welcome on in. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twitch up to a Sherbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. How do you troll people with Limbo? I'm not gonna answer that question. I am not liable for your actions. I refuse to play your game. Toasty, how dare you? Troll people? Shake my head, shake my head. Don't give them the information, random boy. Don't help them with their nefarious deeds. What's wrong with you? Hello, baddie. You're dead. Okay, no candies down this way. Oh, but we do got a key over here. So let's grab this key. Thinking to crash the arcane market today? Do it. Be the chaos you wish to see in the world. Okay, except unless you're trolling people. If you're like trolling trade chat, that's perfectly illegal. Don't troll like good people. Trade chat's not filled with good people. It's okay. It's filled with terrible things. It's just a silly place. Don't go there. How you doing? All right. Could be better, but you got Kuven Ukor today. Ooh, listen, we take those wins. We take those wins every day of the week. Okay, there's no candies in here. There was a disruption target here. But now there isn't. This statement was made by Warframe.market. True. True. You're just gonna post arcanes on the market? Just crash the whole economy? What are you, in Trotty? Sheesh. Sheesh. Where's all of our candies? Well, there's apparently some candies over this way. When did the DAGATH alerts start? In about 7 minutes, if it is, if they're on time. Quick question. For your first 200 login days, should you get Prime Shred or Prime Shred Footed? Okay, well, you can't get Prime Shred Footed on 200, but you can get Prime Shred, and I would recommend grabbing Prime Shred first. I did actually put out a short about, like, what login days items that I recommend people grabbing. It was a while ago, though, and I don't think I've got a command set up for it. But, I would recommend to grab Prime Shred first. A Warframe slot alert? Wait, actually? Did they decide to do the Warframe slot alert? Because I put in the short that I was like, I was really hoping that they would do something like that. So if they're doing a Warframe slot alert as well, then, you know what? This event's a lot more reasonable. Because that was kind of my big complaint, and I did actually mention it in the short today, that, like, you know, they're giving all these people a new Warframe, but they aren't giving the people, like, the ability to actually have the Warframe, you know what I mean? So, that sounds amazing, if that is the case. The last two are down there, Echo. This one's mine, though! Ha! Yeah, Prime Sure-Footed is available once you hit 400. What are the best arcane packs to buy for Vosper? Probably the one that has Nightwave, or the one that has Hotshot and Universal Fallout these days, bro. Probably. You don't get a slot with the DAGATH? Not with the DAGATH alerts as they set it up in the in the website post, but that may be different. Or that may have changed. Glorious. And last one, quick mobile defense for Steel Meridian. And then we shall do Suda.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
Okay. Now, a lot of people are depending on you.
Sorry, I was just doing a little housekeeping there. Don't mind me.
Keep moving.
Don't mind me. Ooh, okay, Douche Lord's got that one. So let's wander over this way. Song requests. If you want songs added to the playlist, you're more than welcome to put them into the Discord Music House section, and then I'll take a look at the song and see if it's something I want added to the playlist. You're playing modded Minecraft, and you get a message pop up in chat, The Blood Moon Rises. What is this, 7 Days to Die reference? I played so much of that game. It was actually a ton of fun. Yo, Carl, how you doing?
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position.
The Sobek is good on Nova. I don't know what tech would make it specifically good on Nova, but it's basically good on everybody. I'm sure that there's something that I'm just like forgetting right now, because I'm sure that there's something with Nova. Oh, Arcane Hotshot? Yeah, that would make sense. Null Stars with the Neutron Star Augment? Absolutely. Extra crit chance on the Sobek is a really nice thing, because it is actually pretty well geared to be a crit status hybrid.
Still working on it.
Yeah, on Uriel it's really good because acid shells will bring over the heat from his demonium shenanigans. So acid, it's same idea as with like Saren or Sight and so on and so forth. Give me a second here, Toasty, and I'll get you a link to the Discord. Yo, Rewamp, what's up? What's your thoughts on the playthrough of NDD20? I have no idea what you're talking about. Zero concept.
We are finished here. Move on.
No clue. Whee! Do you usually stream this hour? Yeah, I usually stream 1 p.m. Eastern till about 7 p.m. Eastern. And for reference, it's just about 2 p.m. Eastern. When you try to sleep during a blood moon, you don't feel tired enough to sleep? Oh no. Oh no. That definitely screams like a 7 Days to Die type of thing. Because the blood moon stuff is was previously from 7 Days to Die. Sounds like every night, true and real. Oh, did I not come over this way? Oh, I didn't come over this way. What's wrong with me? Make notes of everything. Oh, that's right. The lore guy. Yeah. No, I haven't been I hate to say it, Trooper. I don't have time to watch my friends, let alone other people who are not sort of directly connected to me. But I have heard that his playthrough is very, very interesting. So, I have heard that he's very much a lore head type person, and we do love lore heads around here. 289,000 Phosphor? That's crazy. Is it a thing to say F it with energy regen on a build and craft a billion squad energy resource? The problem is on the Steel Path is that they're on a 5-minute cooldown. On normal missions, you can absolutely just get away with dropping down energy pads. But on Steel Path, you can't sort of spam them as much. But I do use them instead of using the preparation mod because it just sort of gives me full energy for when I get started in the mission. Just to make life a little bit easier. Okay, I'm gonna go park myself off at this next point here, and I'm going to grab you that Discord link. Oops.
I'm in, Tenno.
Oops.
This will take a moment.
Discord. There we go. There we go. Feel free to come join the Discord if y'all wanna.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Yo, Blue, how's it going? And everybody, make sure, if you haven't yet, I did a collab with Kai to show off my level cap Araxia build. So if you haven't checked it out yet, make sure you go do that. That's who we were waiting on. Poor Kai had some tech problems. So it took a little while to get the video out, but now it's out. I feel bad for him.
But we did it.
It's like, that's just rough.
Complete.
Started Toasty. Thanks for the follow. DAGATH alerts started? Yep, just saw that pop up. Also, hello, Finn. How you doing? You can get 2014 relic packs. You should get enough Vospher so that you can get 2026 relic packs. Rogue. Do it for the memes. Go crazy with it. Been playing some Dark Souls 3. Ooh, very nice.
Another job well executed.
Second playthrough, trying to build you don't usually go with. What kind of build is it? I don't really play the Dark Souls games at all, so I don't really know anything about it. But I would love to hear you tell me all about it. Okay, let me grab my Nova. Anybody want to join us for Cephalon Suda dailies? We got room for one. Anyone want to join? Kung Bob? Remind me your in-game name, Kung Bob? It's Dragon Love, right? Nope, not that one. Dragon Love. There we go. Strength Faith. Gonna go big bonk weapons on this playthrough. Ooh, that's neat. Turns enemies into pancakes. Mmm, yes, pancakes. Delicious. Yes. Alrighty. Yeah, so like one of the goals this year, and it turns out that it was like other people's goals too, is I want to start doing more collabs with like community people and just sort of get, you know, more eyes on people who I think deserve the eyes on, and then also work with some people who I really enjoy and whose content that I really enjoy, like with Ken or, you know, Kai here, or if I get the chance to sort of like do something with Flynn or MH or any of those. So like one of the big things I'm kind of wanting to do here is this year is do more collab stuff like that. Hey Jack, been a little while. How you doing? Welcome back, Sussman. How you doing? You think you put it off long enough, time to learn how to kill Kuvaliches? Well, we've got lots of people, Toasty, who could give you a hand with that. I don't know why, but I can't, like, get comfortable today. You know, like, when you're just uncomfortable? It's like I'm just, like... You know, I just don't feel comfy. I don't know why. Just don't feel comfortable. Oh, and my posture is still terrible. But it's getting better, and that's the important thing. No! Why? 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 I don't want to go down. It's terrible down here. There's like evil people here. Yo, J-Chan, what's up to? Got into McGill? Heck yeah, congratulations, Sussman. That's amazing. For those who don't know, McGill is considered to be one of the best universities in the world. It's based out of Montreal. It's an incredibly prestigious school. Like, it's like Canada's equivalent to the Ivy League, basically. It's up there with like McMaster, Western, Queens, U of T. It's like, that's really impressive. Good job, Sussman. That's really cool. Who can? You're watching YouTube short right about now. We got a lot of people in the community who love doing it. How you doing today, J-Chan? What you been up to? What's the most fun Kuvacode attendant weapon in my opinion? I'm a sucker for the Kuvacomb. I'm a real sucker for the Kuvacomb. So like for Kuva weapons, I would say the Comb or the Sobek are my two favorites. For Coda, it's the Cause Assist and the Hirudo and the Bass Assist. For Tenant, the Tenant Arcaplasmor is really good. And the Synax, or Cycron, sorry, for pistols, and the Tentacor Gory for melee is a ton of fun. You appreciate it? Haven't played in like 4 months. What's new? 7 months? What's new? Well, we did just get, let's see, 7 months. That would be 3 new Warframes. Araxia, Noko, Uriel, and then all of their content that came with them. And a bunch of other stuff too. There's a lot that happened in the last little while. Yeah, the problem with the Dracoon that I have with it, Psycho, is to do with its firing mode. I wish that it just auto-fired at the once it was fully charged. Yo, Flex, what you doing? Also, Zero's Joker, welcome back. It's an okay gun. Yeah, it's not bad. I just wish that firing mode was a little bit tighter. Because if it like auto-fired once it was fully charged, I think I would enjoy that weapon a lot more. Sell some stuff you need, Plat. I wish you the best. Got invited to the yearly Game to Give for the Bungie Foundation, so stress since it's your first time doing it. It's a charity raising money for kids with cancer. Heck yeah! Do it up, J-Chan. That sounds awesome. I wish you the best of luck with that. We did part of QTCC. Oops. There we go. We did part of QTCC this year, and it was really fun. Are the alerts up? Is it pre-built DAGATH? It's pre-built DAGATH parts, and the first alert is up, and you can watch the short for the rest of the information that you need, which is in the pinned comment there for you, Cephalon Billy. It's just waiting there for you. You can find out all the information that you need right there. It's going to be 4 different alerts over the next 4 weeks. More speed. How about yourself? How's my day been? Pretty good. Just putting out a bunch of fires today. Getting ready. I do some consulting on the side for a few of my friends' businesses. So I've got a project that I'm working on tomorrow morning for that. But otherwise, all pretty solid. Am I slowing? I'm not. Why does it look like I'm slowing? Do we have something else that would be slowing people? Yes, we do. We have Zaku's 4th ability. What type of consulting? I do business consulting. It's streaming is my full-time career. I just help out a few friends here and there as they need it. Help them out figuring out sort of various problems within the organization and stuff like that. So it's nothing like crazy. It's just helping out a friend.
You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
I've run a bunch of small businesses. I've helped businesses get started. So it's like that's all within what I do and like my previous jobs and careers. So can't believe to meet the big Mr. Zenos in July. Are you actually going to be coming, Flex? Did you figure it out? I hope so. Yeah, heck yeah. Okay, let me grab Zaku. Let me go here. Okay, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you second. Bye. Oath of Sloth. Welcome in. Altison, don't set my curtains on fire. That's just rude. How you doing today, Altison? What you been up to? Happy to have you back as always. Oath of Sloth, thank you very much for your Prime Gaming sub. Heck yeah. Woke up today and feeling like I got hit by a bus made of belt sanders. I ain't watching that ad. Hell yeah. Remember, you do have the legal right and duty to steal money from Jeff Bezos every month if you have an Amazon Prime membership or subscription. You do have the right. Thank you very much, Oath of Sloth, for the Prime sub. Appreciate the heck out of you. Should you get DAGATH? You already have her? I mean, yeah, you should grab her for the Hellmans, I would definitely say. We're gonna do some shenanigans today with DAGATH, I feel. Because I just haven't really messed around with her a lot. Yeah, called out from work since you have the sick time PTO off. Well, that's good. Take it easy, right? If you're having a bad day, just, you know, relax. Chill out. Mono Vera, welcome in. How you doing today? Happy to have ya. What you up to? Let's pop this here. I don't know if anything's... Oh, there's some popping over here. DAGATH is one of your favorites to level cap with? Yeah, DAGATH is actually incredibly strong. I just want to know more about her. I just want to figure out more of how she functions and all that. You know me. The usual, wanting to know all of the weird shenanigans of a frame. Especially with DAGATH Deluxe skin coming, so I'll get a DAGATH video out for around then. So it's never a bad idea to do a little bit of research sooner than later for that type of stuff. Ooh, some sleep token. The horse is getting a deluxe skin? Yep. And if you watch today's short, Kong Bob, you can see the preview of it. I put it in the short for you. To even make your life even easier. When you figure out DAGATH, you didn't play her for like 5 months? Yeah, she's one of those frames where like a lot of people just don't really play her very much. So that's the other thing, is I kind of want to know more about how she works, because I don't even know how she fully works. I've got like the rough idea of how she functions, but of course, you know, the full deets is what I'm always wanting. Yeah, and the deluxe skin for her looks incredible. It's going to be another one of the deluxe skins for Lunar New Year, for the Chinese Zodiac. So I believe it's the Chinese Zodiac, which is Year of the Horse, so it fits very well. And apparently they also like attach elements to the years. So it's a Year of the Fire Horse. I don't know how accurate this is or not, because I just did a very cursory Googling. But it makes the DAGATH skin, which is all fiery-ish, makes a ton of sense. Any special loot for the little alert event? It's just DAGATH stuff.
We've reached the prison. Find our prisoner.
So DAGATH's main blueprint, DAGATH, neuroptics, chassis, and systems blueprints as well. But those will all be over the next few weeks, and you can watch the short in the pinned comment for all the information that you need. So no FOMO for this? No, it's not too bad. You don't think they're blueprints? No, they're not blueprints. Sorry, did I say blueprints? It is fully built parts. It's the main blueprint, and then the fully built parts for all the different pieces. Which I probably misspoke there because I said main blueprint. But yes, the rest of them are fully built.
Escort mission complete. The hostage is safe now.
Can multiple sets be farmed, or is it one per account? I'm assuming it's one per account. Alerts are usually one per account. You can finally have her subsume? Yeah. So no slot out of this because you have to craft the main blueprint. Yeah, see, that's something I'm hoping that they will... Oh, we got one more, douche. Where you going? Get back in here. I'm not done with you yet. Where you going? Any recommendations for base element on the Tiny Cyclone? So don't forget, elemental devices exist, stars. Or Staz, my apologies. So you could switch the element at will. I would probably say if you want to go for just for a singular element, you're looking towards heat, magnetic, electric, or toxin, depending on what you're doing. You have to do something? No worries. If you need to go, you need to go. It's not a worry in the world. But then once you get to rank 5 with the Hex and you put 5 Forma into your adversary's weapon, like the Tenant Cyclone, you can install an Elemental Vice, which the short just above that last message you sent has information on how that functions. Hard not to laugh as you shot the enemy with your Vidaria and you were shocked, pulled up and smacked them with the sword. Sometimes the violence in Warframe is glorious. Yeah, so it's like the elemental vice system makes it so that you don't need to care what progenitor, and that's really a really nice quality of life feature. It was super frustrating before.
We have located the enemy's planetary
Very annoying before, but now it's much easier for you to make the weapons that you want to make, right? I don't think that this is one of the tiles that has candies, so we don't need to be too worried. This is just a quick reputation run. You've been enjoying Atlas hitting like 153 million red crits with Synergy's Fallen Line? Yo, Atlas is wild sometimes. Yo, Beef, how you doing? I'm like 99% certain that there's no candies on this map. So it turns out work is kind of dead, so you can actually watch stream a bit? Heck yeah! I love that for you. What system do I play on? I play on PC. Well... Yeah, I play basically exclusive on PC. Just for me, it's like, like, as a creator, I don't really have the ability to have, like, multiple systems at the moment. So just having a PC is always the way to go. Elms, welcome in, how you doing? Literally building your first Atlas Prime and Nova Prime. Ooh, both fantastic frames. Very different frames, though. Okay, you guys are good there. but both a ton of fun. I hope that you like them both. Melt. I melt. And Sporthrex farms weren't so bad. Well, luckily enough that the Sporthrex, there's the Coda Sporthrex, so if you're just looking for the weapon, it's not that big of a deal. But if you are looking for the Sporthrex normal for doing mastery ranking, then I can understand the frustration. Yeah, you need it for mastery? There we go. There we go. Hey, where you guys going down there? Are you going for the D? D. It's nuts. The nice thing is, with some of these positions, you can actually defend multiple spots at once. So you can defend C from here, you can send D from here, and you can just send, defend B from here as well. If you aren't using a shotgun, that is. If you aren't using a shotgun, need to farm the Trumna? I believe in you. You got this. Trumna's not that bad. Trumna normal, I assume, or Trumna prime? Ooh, 277 power strength on a gyre is pretty tasty. Normal? Ah, yeah. I can't remember when I farmed the Trumna normal. It was a long time ago, at least. It was a bit ago, that's for sure. Gun finish forming your Kuva Dracoon? Ooh, nice. Yeah, again, the Dracoon. I just wish that its firing mode was auto release. I wish that it wasn't a hold and release to fire. I wish that it would just fire at auto, like when you're at the max there. People in Fortuna are no longer reviling. What did you do? Did you turn on the setting? Did you turn on creator mode? There's a setting inside of the game that will hide things like that. Is this another drone stuck in a door? No. A list of weapons that charge and don't auto shoot. You'd be curious if you could feedback that. I know the Kuva Dracoon's one of them. Vidaria is another. But the Vidaria at least kind of makes sense. It is a sniper rifle. Like in that regards. I'd have to like look up what ones have that charge and don't auto shoot mechanic. I know that the Vidaria is one, but at least that one kind of makes a little bit of sense. Starvey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Also, hi, Rue. How you doing, dude? Ooh, we're getting snow today, Rue. Apparently. Hope you're ready.
The enemy have captured
Your cat is snoring behind you? That's adorable.
This tower is ours now.
That's why you're at home today instead of at the office? Good choice. Good choice. That region gets blanketed, is I believe the technical term. Completely destroyed by snow. Speaking of cats, where's my cat?
We are in total control.
He's, I don't know what's going on with him, but he doesn't hang out in my room now when I'm streaming and when I'm standing. So I wonder if it's just he feels weird about it. So I'm gonna try to like coax him in. Fun fact, Trinity is tied with Vauban for the most chaotic requirements. Really? Creator mode was on? Yep. That's the reason why that was probably hidden. Sometimes I know what I'm talking about. 30 inches? Holy smokes. I don't think we're getting that much snow. But we are going to be getting quite a lot. Hildren's weapon? What about Hildren's weapon, May? Using explosive weapon, forgot to change to Naru. Ah, yes. Yeah, it's a classic, all right. Excuse me. Goodbye. Hiya, hiya. Charges but won't auto fire? Yeah, that's another one that's a little bit annoying to use. The Balefire. The Staticore is another one that doesn't auto fire on charge, I think. So that's the Dracoon, the Vidaria. I think the Lanka also would have that same mechanic, but again, with sniper rifles, at least it makes a little bit more sense. Because you want to work it like the Ferox? Yeah, the Arca, not the Arca, sorry. The Opticore is the same. When it fully charges with the setting to fully auto fire, it will automatically release its charge right away. Which is pretty dang tasty, not going to lie. Revisit the Opticore? I love it. I know it's not like the best weapon these days, but I do love it. Was it your most used weapon on your Xbox account? I think it was my most used weapon on my PS4 account as well. Especially with the Opticore Vandal, and that was when I was playing a lot of Haro, so I was just playing, like, you know, giant red crit laser Spartan death beam. It was a great time. The Kuba Twin Stubbas? Ooh, what makes you love the Kuba Twin Stubbas so much? I'm always interested, like, why people like certain weapons. It's always fun for me to learn. Like, what makes that the weapon that's, like, your Jimmy Jams? DACA? You know what? I respect that. I, too, am a space orc in disguise. Your Caliban is great for level 250 enemies. Strength of him, roll fank, arcane energize. Energy is no problem. You know what, Beef? If you read his first ability, I would make the argument that you don't even need energize. You just use Razor Gyre, or whatever his first ability is, because you regenerate energy with that. And if you use the augment for it, which I highly recommend you do, it'll really buff up, it'll group for you, and it'll buff up your turret boys. For simple shotguns like the Strun, Heck, and Tigris, ooh, all good choices. Where's my boy? Here. Heck. Boy. I was giving the boy some pets, sorry. The boy always get the pets. Caliban's one of your favorite lazy frames? Yeah, he's just a ton of fun. Like, Caliban, he's one of my top 5 for a reason, right? He's just so much fun. I really like him. What'd you build for the Trumna? This is my Trumna build here. For ya, as some inspiration or to get you going. Here you go, XV. Costs 150% normal energy. You need a whole lot of energy. Yeah, so the reason why is energy efficiency actually makes it so that Caliban's first ability, like negative efficiency, makes it so that Caliban's first ability will generate more energy for you. Right? Because it's a flat 25% of the energy cost every cast that you get back for each enemy that you hit with it. So after 4 casts, it's free. 5 casts is refilling your energy. And generally speaking, you're going to be playing with like Razor Mortar anyway a lot, so you can maximize your build a little bit more if you were to use Razor Gyre more frequently for your energy regeneration. Highly, highly, highly recommended. It's not 5 casts, 5 hits. Correct. It is. You need to hit 5 enemies for you to get free energy. It's not energy refund per cast. It's energy refund per enemy hit with Caliban's 4 or Caliban's 1. Okay, Rogue, what you got? Ooh, that's cool looking. Sadly, Rogue, you did fall into the mistake of sending me a skin that I can't get, which makes this fashion truly trash. I really want that fashion. It looks really good, Rogue. Of course, I'm joking around. The efficiency is bad. You're running out without Arcane Energize. That's totally fair. If you want to use, like, if you want the extra energy, just sort of like as a point. Like, I always just generate energy, more than enough energy that I need just by casting Razor Gyre. Big Gunk, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. That looks really cool. Redacted. I like the Doom Man. Rhino Prime. Okay, so you're doing energy conversion for further power strength. You're doing battery. So, and you're doing nourish. Okay, so you're just getting up a whole bunch of armor and power strength to feed into your iron skin and roar and nourish. So this is a very classic weapon platform. If you're wanting to add, how much armor does he have base? You're probably definitely getting more out of this. Yeah, looks good. For Volt, should you add strength or duration? I have to take a look at what's here. Send your Zachary fashion? Of course, Desolate. Send it on over. Primary overcharge, cascade overcharge. While overshield's active, plus 150% critical chance. And I believe that this is additive critical chance, if I remember correctly. And you're generally going to always have your overshields active, so like that's not a problem. As long as you throw on like an auger mod somewhere to like just gain your little bit of overshields, that would actually work really well here. Yeah, this all looks good. Nice job, Redacted. That's cool. Swapped energy conversion for primed flow. I assume that's just that you get the extra multi-shot. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break as well as feed my cat, so we're gonna do that right now. Mods, if you could just keep an eye on the chat for me, we'll be back in a few minutes. You know what? Let's do a little giveaway. Let's give away some Forma. Because everyone's gonna be needing some Forma for their DAGATH. So type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to get in for some Forma. Anybody is welcome to join even on your first message, so you've just been lurking or just checking it out, you're welcome to join. I'm just gonna run these ads, feed my cat, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Mods, just keep an eye on things for me. You know, the usual. Redacted, you won. Redacted. You won a formal bundle. It's in your mailbox, Redacted. Okay, let's take a look at a few more things here, and then we're gonna go do some edumacating. The heck, you're running Shotgun Vendetta and Galvanized Acceleration. Shattered Justice for the extra multi-shot. Some more damage, some fire, or some punch through as well on that, which is always nice to have. Viral, I would probably offload the viral into something else. Like, viral's not a bad stat to have on here, but you may want to go, like, blast, unless you're going viral and have a heat progenitor, which makes sense. But also at that point, you, instead of frigid blast, could throw on primed, the cold mod for a little bit more damage. Yeah, you'd lose a little bit of status chance, but with this much multi-shot, between Shotgun Vendetta, how much it has on here, Shattered Justice, and Galvanized Hell, you should be fine for status outputs. Hardy Munition is still good. It's gotten certainly devalued over the years because of changes to enemies' resistances and whatnot. So it's not as good as it used to be. Still has its uses, though. It's not fully auto off the rip. No. You have to turn on the setting in here. Hold? Hold on. Where is it? I know it's in the accessibility settings. Fire manual trigger weapons continuously. This guy here. Yeah, Redacted. I've already sent it to you. It's in your inbox. Hey, Van. How you doing? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. How is the heck? Oh, no sympathy. Sorry, you raided and I didn't even notice that. My apologies. I was gone for an ad break. My apologies. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm so sorry, sympathy. I hope you're doing well today. If you got a raid and run, you're absolutely more than welcome to. My apologies. Hope you're doing well. My super duper apologies. You got to dip and make dinner? No worries, sympathy. Thank you so much for dropping off your community. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. What we like to do around here is we like to do giveaways anytime that someone raids us to thank them for sharing their community with us. So we'll get that going in just a minute to thank No Sympathy for the raid. I'm terribly sorry for missing that. I had to feed the cat, so you know how it is. I don't want my toes to get nibbled away. But thank you so much for coming by and dropping off your community and trusting them with me. Blue, let's take a look at your redacted, or not redacted, sorry, your DAGATH. Helping your sister with some prime grinding, heck yeah! Hey Sunrise, how you doing? Ooh, I really like that. I'm not super sold on that chest armor though, but I'm generally not like a huge fan of chest armor on frames. I find that like it makes them look a little bit too bulky for my liking, but that's a personal preference thing. What's code Zenosfire? It's to get 10% off at Advanced GG. It also allows you to support the community. The giveaway hasn't started yet, but sit tight. We'll get that going in a few minutes. What is this? A Strun. Semi-cannonade, critical deceleration definitely makes sense here because Blunderbuss is terrible. Primary debilitate for extra status effects, and especially if you run the status incarnate evolution, this thing goes wild with debilitate. It's actually quite good with it because you get a bunch more status chance on the normal mode as well as on the incarnate mode, which makes debilitate significantly more entertaining to use. Yeah, I like this build. Nothing really to say. Latron. I like high fire rate on my Latron, so I wouldn't use this personally. However, it's a good idea to be running this because its incarnate evolution does get multiplicative gun co. So if you're not using this and you aren't using shred for the extra fire rate or some other source, then semi-cannonade is certainly a very good choice on here. And then it also negates the negative fire rate off of this guy too, which is good. And then frostbite for some extra crit chance and multi-shot. Very nice. Yep. Be careful with the Latron. The Latron incarnate mode consumes frames. And by that I mean your FPS. So just keep that in mind that multi-shot may tank your performance a little bit there. Bubonico. Debilitate again on here. Very high status. You aren't leaning into the crit side at all. I usually like leaning into the crit side, but it is a very good status weapon. So this is actually very strong what you have here. If you aren't using the AoE side, then Galvanized Savvy is perfectly fine. If you are using the AoE side, then Galvanized Savvy is only on direct hits, so keep that in mind. Texas, what you got? A Visp. Ooh, that's really pretty. I like that sort of bluey color in there. I think I would make that stand out a little bit more. But I do like it. Bonsai Boy, a Limbo. Ooh, Limbo Prime. Using the Solstice armor that came out, as well as the Spider armor. Very nice. Saint OS, what do we got? We got a Zaku. Very cool. We got a Titania. Ooh, certainly have a color palette that you enjoy, Saint. That looks nice. Hey, Peanuts, how you doing? Alrighty, to thank No Sympathy for the raid, type exclamation point join. Let's do another formal bundle. Anybody is welcome to join. Just type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. You do have to join on Twitch. It does not work on other platforms. So if you're watching and you want an in, just type exclamation point join. And you can win on your first message. So if you came in with No Sympathy's raid or you just wandered in, don't worry. You can join. Everybody has equal chances. Everybody's got equal chances. Okay, a Rhino. Reinforcing Stomp. This is actually the way I like playing Rhino. Using Reinforcing Stomp to regenerate my Iron Skin. And then also gives me a little bit extra crowd control, which is always nice. Umbral Fiber so that your Iron Skin gets up a little bit higher. A Mars Hatred for the more armor and ability strength is actually a very good use case for this one here. If you wanted more armor to feed into this, you may want to swap into like health conversion so that you can just get that extra 1350 armor. Guardian for some more armor. Energizes to solve any energy problems that you may have. Looks good here. Yeah, nothing to say. Other than you might want to run some shards for some more duration here, just so you don't have to cast Roar as often, but that sort of 6 one, half dozen another. Okay, so we got Necros Prime. You're running Despoil. I actually don't like Despoil anymore these days. I just run Equilibrium because Desecrate spawns so many health orbs that just kind of solves your problems. And then it also solves your energy problems for anything else that you're casting. So I'm not a big fan of this augment anymore these days, but it's not bad to have. And it seems like you're going very high range for Desecrate's loot function, as well as Terrify's extra AoE. And then also the extra range for Roar for your allies is never a bad thing. I would say that you just need to keep in mind that at this low of strength, without multi-augmented kicking in, you aren't maxing out your Shield of Shadows. But you should get that pretty quickly and easily because multi-augments is. Just keep that in mind. And you always want to be keeping Shield of Shadows active. Shadows of the Dead / Shield of Shadows. Because it gives you status immunity and also damage redirection. So it makes you much, much, much more durable. Especially with adaptation here. But otherwise, it looks all good here. I would say you probably don't need Brief Respite. Your Shield of Shadows and adaptation will solve most of your survivability problems. So I'd say you probably don't need to go with this, but it's perfectly fine. Just as extra source of protection. Okay, we'll take a look at Sebastian's here, and then I'm going to go do a little bit of DAGATH edumacating. I got to learn DAGATH a little bit better. And the Kodahima, you can use with any weapon, any frame. Yep, exactly. Specifying Necros Despoil, you always hated that one. Yeah, it's just because Equilibrium now is so strong. And everybody gets it for free. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, it's like, I could get my energy as well, or not. So I always, like, I'm not a big fan of Despoil these days because of Equilibrium. And with the amount of health orbs that you spawn, you generally are going to be fine on your energy. What's a giveaway for? Some Fulma. Ooh, very nice looking Uriel there. Love the fashion. I do love that fashion. Okay, so you're running high strength, decent duration, or high range, decent duration, decent strength. You got multi-augment for some more strength. This also helps with your health and energy sustain. Not super necessary, but you may just be using it to help solve that problem for you. Because if you run Equilibrium, then Golfagor's extra health orbs here will solve all of your energy problems. Now that said, I probably wouldn't put Equilibrium on the frame itself. I would recommend probably Purple Shards, as you spawn so many health orbs that you'll max out your energy just like with one Purple Shard. You should be fine. Now that said, I wouldn't be running Fleeting Expertise here. Right? I probably wouldn't be running this. Just dropping your duration by so much is a little bit rough on here. I would probably put a Flow on here instead. Because you can run low efficiency on him pretty easily as long as you have an Equilibrium or Equilibrium Shards, and you won't have any problems with your energy sustain. And further down that, you don't necessarily need Energize here because of that as well. Equilibrium will solve a lot of problems that you may be facing or may be having. And then that'll give you a bunch more duration, so that'll make Brimstone last longer, this lasts longer, this lasts longer, or this buff lasts longer. So that's what I would do. But, you know, it's certainly not a bad build in any way, shape, or form. You may want to get an adaptation on here just for extra survivability, but it's not super necessary. Okay, we'll take a look at one more thing here. Uno mas, and then we'll go do some stuff. Okay, so you're doing a Breach Surge build. That's interesting. Doing Spectral Spirit, Catalyzing Shield, so you're doing some Shield Gatey stuff, Arcane Concentration. Vicross. You won! Please say what your in-game name is in chats to claim your prize. So using Arcane Concentration to be your survivability mechanic for the large way, I would honestly say that you, between Spectral Spirit, just like standard shield gating and concentration, that you probably don't need catalyzing shields, but I do understand wanting to have multiple layers of protection. So if that's what you're doing here is for just like the multiple layers of protection between casting for shield gating, Arcane Concentration for overguard armor, and shield generation, as well as Spectral Spirit for invulnerability, I get it. But I probably wouldn't run catalyzing shields on here personally. For your Dread, Longbow Sharp Shot is really solid on this weapon. This is multiplicative damage on here, so that's quite nice what you're running so far. And not really any comments other than I like going super hard into your critical chance, but you do have Unseen Dread here giving you more critical chance while invisible, so you may be perfectly happy with that as being enough. But I like running a lot of crit on this thing. It goes real hard. Okay, we'll look at Altison's too. Ooh, nice Ureli. Ooh. Air Burst with the Augment on Ureli is a good idea. I have seen people do that, and it is a ton of fun.
At a Fluffy Rhino became a member.
Oh, Kai! Thank you so much for gifting a membership to over on YouTube. Super appreciate you, man. Thank you for the feature. Thank you for letting me show up, man. That was so cool. I was like, I felt so bad for you with like what was like the tech problems that you were having. But like, I'm glad that you got it all sorted out. And I hope you're doing well today. Make sure you go follow Kai on YouTube. Subscribe to Kai on YouTube if you haven't yet. Where you can go see my DAGATH, or not my DAGATH, my apologies. My, whatchamacallit? You know, Araxia. My Oraxia build, which is right here, everybody. So make sure to go watch that. And thank you so much, Kai, for gifting a membership to the community. It's really, really generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I shot Kai a message being like just shooting the shit about Araxia, and then Kai was like, "Do you want to do a collab thing?" I was like, "Yes, please, yes, please." Very cool looking, Ureli. Corvex, ooh, you know what? This backpack on Corvex actually goes really hard. This Syndana. That's a really cool looking Corvex, and I like what you did with the armor on here, especially with the stance. It kind of blends in very well. Looks nice. Call him Gundam Corvex? Ooh, that is super accurate. Definitely Gundam Corvex. The 12k health Araxia that I ran a few days ago? Yep. Yes, yes. You can go see it in Kai's video. Make sure to watch the whole thing. Ooh, this is a really cool looking Noko. This is actually one of the few cases where I look at the roll cage and I'm like, actually, this makes sense. It looks cool. Because it goes well with the horns and sort of the other aesthetics on there. Looks really nice. Iprovos, what you got? Ooh, okay, so kind of like a muted look there. I think I would brighten up one of these colors here, probably this one here, just so it stands out a little bit more. But that's a personal preference thing. It does look good. And what do you got on your DAGATH? Okay, so you're running... Wait, was this the build that we were looking at earlier? It looks like the build that we were looking at earlier. Pretty damn close. So you got Rolling Guard, Catalyzing Shield, Spectral Spirit, Concentration, so you're doing multiple levels of protection again. Decent strength values, good duration, so that you can keep Spectral Spirit active. Very nice. Looks good to me. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here. Everybody, you know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, do a sub to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And it's time to sim. It is time to simmy. Yep, everybody can send me their stuff. It's just sort of one of those things of I get to it when I get to it. /abilities. Alright, let's just get a bit of a better understanding of how DAGATH functions here. Because this is one of those frames that I just have been a bit slow on actually learning. So, like, I got a very good understanding of how they function, but I haven't really got, like, fully figured out. So let's take a quick peek here. 35% chance that energy and health orbs will be 300% more effective on DAGATH. Okay, so that's actually good for Equilibrium and Grave Spirit, Spectral Spirit shenanigans, because that will cause a lot of health orbs to be spawned. So with Equilibrium, that means we're solving sort of health survivability problems just through health orb generation, so that's pretty solid. So we could do something weird with, like, health orb gen. We could do something interesting there. Let me... Oh, actually, there was a thing there that says show base stats. Perfect. There we go. So, weird scythes surround DAGATH and seek out nearby enemies. Those struck are slowed and suffer viral damage. With a guaranteed status effect, the scythes will also spread doom and extend its duration. Alright, hold on, let me go to a build here. Thanks a lot for the quick question. Any way to make the scanners not have orange color? Oh, I don't know. No, her passive isn't Equilibrium, but it will make health orbs and energy orbs have a chance to be much more effective. So it plays well with Equilibrium. Okay. One thing that I want to check on here is... Okay, so it's not 10 stacks, it's a stack every scythe. Okay. So that's good to know. So it's a stack every scythe. Spread range, so that must be the spread range for Doom. Spin damage, so that's when it's spinning around, and then when it throws out, it does more damage. Doom... Condemn nearby enemies to their doom. A portion of the damage DAGATH deals is revised upon by a weird scythe. They also suffer viral damage. Okay. Is revisited upon them by a weird scythe. Okay. Duration, range, angle. I wonder if that angle gets changed at all, because that's a pretty important thing. No, the angle doesn't. So it's a 40% frontal cone. That's a little bit rough. It does give damage redirection, which is nice. But I assume that that's damage redirection from enemies sharing the damage. So we'll pull up the wiki for that for more information. Grave Spirit, supercharge the gas weapons with extra critical damage. The effects are doubled on doomed enemies. Escape fatal blows by briefly assuming spectral form. Drop? Does it say there's a drop up in the top there? Where the pinned comment is? If you go into a Twitch stream, it'll say if there's a drop active. To my knowledge, there's no drops active at the moment. Time invulnerable. Escape fatal blows by briefly assuming spectral form. And that's our only augment is for this. Applies, any advice for Wukong players? High strength, high duration, typically speaking. And kind of, most people like to play melee with Wukong these days, doing some form of, like, slam tech or just melee Wukong with a stick. It's also very strong. 100% chance for weapons and abilities to apply Doom. Kills from outside of spectral form decrease its cooldown by 1 second. Does that scale with strength or duration? Not duration. Excuse you. Not strength. Okay, so it's 1 second static. Unless it scales with efficiency. Does it scale with efficiency? No. So Spectral Spirit's cooldown reduction does not scale at all. That's fine. It's 1 kill a second, so it's not that big of a deal. And it's, so that's not that big of a deal in any way, shape, or form. There. Dawn dodge chance, 100% chance to dodge. Interesting. Okay. So going back over here. Phantom Caves charge forth, inflicting viral damage upon all their attack strip of defenses of doomed enemies. Okay, so the armor strip is only on doomed enemies, but there is one thing that I want to check here, which is Spectral Spirit. Is that Spectral Spirit's Doom, is that going to be... Yes, it does cause them to armor strip from the Doom being applied by Spectral Spirit. So that is pretty easy to do for 100% armor strip. And it's defense reduction, I guess that's on a per hit basis, because we had 100% armor strip there, but I wonder if they got hit by multiple horses and that was the reason why that it went to 100% so quickly. Yes, that is exactly what it is. So every horse will armor strip by the amount set. So every one of the caves. Can we increase its radius at all? Let's throw some range on here. Let's throw a lot of range on here just real quick to see what happens here with that. No. Okay, so range doesn't seem to increase its AoE, thus allowing to be running a low strength build. No, it's not the range that I'm wondering about. It's the width, right? It's not the length, it's the width. We're going for girth, not length. Girth is more important than length. We're going for girth. Okay, so basically let's see, what if we get some... Because we don't really need a lot of strength on her, necessarily. But extra strength will be good for Doom, and extra strength will be good for this. So actually, we do want to be running high strength. But it's more for these two than it is for this. Because every enemy that's within the range of 2 horses will get basically its armor stripped. And if you like aim it properly. So we don't need a ton of strength here, but some strength will be good. So let me pull up the wiki just so I have actually before we pull up the wiki, let's go in here. Look at the tips. Generate additional health and energy orbs to maximize her passive. Inflict viral status effect, causing enemies to take more health damage, including Doom. Take advantage of this by equipping. Weird Scythes are great for inflicting or extending Doom on large groups since they punch through multiple enemies. Okay, so it's got lots of punch through. Doom inflicts its scythes in a wide cone. It's not a wide cone, it's a 40-degree cone. Don't lie to me. So position DAGATH in front of as many enemies as possible for casting. Makes sense. High critical chance weapons to maximize Grave Spirit's devastating damage potential. I'm assuming that this is only while Grave Spirit is active that it gives you that critical damage, is my assumption. Which is perfectly fine. Equipped DAGATH with high critical chance. Upon dying with Grave Spirit active, DAGATH will enter invulnerable spectral form, knocking down nearby enemies. In DAGATH's spectral form, every kill generates a health orb. Be aggressive during DAGATH's invulnerability time to return safely to life. Cavalry travels in the direction you cast it, runs along the ground. Try casting it in the air for a better view of Stampede's warpath. Hit enemies multiple times near the start of the cast, which will be very effective for rapidly stripping defense. We already went over that. Grants invulnerability. Okay, so that means that casting speed will negate that invulnerability, which is perfectly fine, but there is one thing that I want to check here, which is not able to be shown by dying like that. That's for certain. Just wanted to see if casting the 4 would cleanse off status effects, but they're not hitting me with status effects here. Hey, gamer fan, how you doing? So if you could get a cast status effect on me, that would be great. I believe in you. You can do it. I believe in you. You can put a status effect on me. No, you can't. Understood. So we'll just pull up the wiki for that. Okay, wiki time. Okay, so DAGATH feeds from the souls of the deceased, granting her a 35% chance to activate Abundant Abyss. When picking up health or energy orbs, increase their effective yield by 300%. The passive has no cooldown, can activate on each orb collected. So regular orbs, ooh, universal orbs. Okay, so that's interesting because universal orbs, we might be able to do something with like universal fallout with like Corvex's pillars. So that could be interesting. But this is interesting. When picking up a universal orb, Abundant Abyss performs two separate roles. The first determines whether the health is increased, and the second determines whether the energy is increased. It's possible for one and not the other to get affected. Interesting. Does not affect equilibrium conversion. Really? That is very interesting. I still will be running equilibrium. I was always under the assumption that this actually functioned that way. That was my initial assumption, but apparently that is not the case. However, I think we still run equilibrium because Spectral Spirit generates so much health orbs that it's going to be just a good sustain mechanic in that regards, and then that will also be our energy sustain. And then for any extra health or energy orbs that we get, you know, it's bonus, right? So, interesting. Effect is multiplicative with energy health orb effectiveness from Archon Shards, Energized Shot, Mending Shot, and Restorative Bond. That is very interesting. Multiplicative. Very neat. So that means that with a companion with DAGATH, I'll be running Restorative Bond at the very least. And then that also makes the idea of the yellow shards giving you some more might be pretty nice there. Okay, works on Archon missions. Okay, none of that matters. Damage reduction can trigger Breach Surge Sparks. Yeah, because it's any damage. Breach Surge Sparks does damage stuff like that, right? It's based off of any damage instance, so that would make sense. Okay, number of spice, spin radius, viral per sickle, slow cap. Okay, so it's just like other slows, auto target radius, infinite punch through. Okay, that's all very interesting. 0.5 second sickle throw. Okay. Cob disc, 7 special slays that rapidly expand from 1 radius to 5 meters. Viral damage and status effects per sickle sliced enemies are slowed, reducing the action speed for the next couple of seconds. Slow cap is maxed at 272. We're not really going to be utilizing this slow all that much, so that's fine. Sickles rotate around DAGATH at high speed to strike enemies multiple times. Since each sickle inflicts viral status, subsequent damage from other sickles against health is increased per status stack spread applied. Spinning weird sights, damage and break destructible objects. Spins for 1 second. DAGATH throws the sickles out as 7 fast homing projectiles, 0.5 seconds striking nearby enemies. Viral damage, status slowing them, infinite body punch through. Weird sights will trigger Phantom Wraith while refreshing Doom on the target to hit, spreading the curse from other enemies. So, okay, interesting. I think... Okay. Thinking is hard. Cannot be recast during the spin phase. Flying sickles projectiles are not launched if recast during the throw delay. Okay. Why 71% strength? That's weird. Yo, Wonder, how you doing? Condemn nearby enemies to their doom. A portion of the damage DAGATH deals is revisited on them by Weird Scythe. Okay, so you don't actually want to be helmeting over Weird Scythe. Interesting. I was thinking about helmeting over Weird Scythe, but I don't think I want to now because the damage gets revisited. We'll see what that means here. DAGATH lets loose a Morbid Scream, expending 50 energy to conjure a 40-degree cone of cursed energy spanning meters, inflicting viral damage and staggering all enemies within the cone and within line of sight. Doom foes remain cursed. Doom foes are visually death marked by 2 large crosses of eerie light. Inflict damage to a Doom foe with DAGATH weapons and abilities to trigger Phantom Wraith, which summons a floating spectral sickle above the individual and stores 75% of every damage instance dealt by DAGATH herself within a time limit of 2 seconds. After the time limit elapses, or when the stored damage amount becomes lethal to the target, the spectral sickle... Oh, so it will automatically, and it's true damage. Ooh, that's interesting. And it's automatically, if it's enough stored damage, it will automatically kill them. That's really cool. I did not realize that that's what Doom did. Because I know that if you helmets over Doom, and with the augment, it causes some interesting problems. So we may actually not be wanting to throw a helmet maybe on our 4th ability instead, and do something like a lingering... Oh, you know what? Maybe we do like universal fallout with... but that's only radiation. Damage reduction per damage instance is capped at 100%, achievable at 286. So we definitely want to be having super high strength on here. Stored damage is based on damage dealt after all sources of damage, enemy damage reduction. Okay, so armor strips would be very solid here in order to reduce enemy reduction there. Yeah, don't worry, I'll figure out how I'm going to be playing as we go here. I appreciate the input though. Because you can do some interesting things by helmeting over Doom with its augments, so I'll sort of, as we go and as we're testing, I'll figure it all out here. Each Doom foe may only have one sickle floating above them at a time. Phantom Wraith stored damage is not shared between doomed enemies, only to the single individual. Lethal damage is calculated including viral status effects, but not damage bonuses such as Roar, damage vulnerability debuffs such as Sentient Wrath, or damage reductions despite being affected by them. Okay, interesting, because that was my next idea, was Sentient Wrath or Webbed Embrace to increase the damage vulnerability. So this is just for on viral here, but not damage bonuses such as Roar, damage vulnerability debuffs, or damage reductions despite being affected by them. Interesting. Okay, so that means we're not going to be doing Sentient Wrath or Webbed Embrace. That was an idea that I had, so that's good to know. I think I would still probably try one of those two on here, but I think probably not for this sake here. That's minorly disappointing there. Strike Doom phones with weird size to trigger Phantom Wraith while refreshing Doom on the target. Hit and spreading the curse to other enemies within meter radius around Doom. Strike Doom phones while engraved Spirit to inflict weapon critical damage bonus and double the damage stored by Phantom Wraith. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So the Phantom Wraith is actually going to be really, really massive. What's best on Saren? The Torrid or the Sobek? In my opinion, the Sobek. But I hate the Torrid, so take that with that knowledge. Stampede Doom phones can trigger Phantom Wraith and permanent armor shield reduction. Defense reduction on Doom foes occurs on every viral damage instance from individual caves. Hold on, wait, what? That's very interesting. Defense reduction on Doom foes occurs on every viral damage instance from individual caves. Very interesting. Every viral instance from the caves specifically. So let's remove that. We're sitting at a little bit higher power strength than what I really want to be here, but that's okay. So if we do Doom, and then we do that, and then it's 100% armor strip. So actually, very easy to armor strip when you're using Doom. I have no idea how to say that. P-woke? Okay, and it's got a small cast time cooldown to it. Can that cooldown be changed at all here? Does it say that it has a cooldown? No, it does not say that it has a cooldown. It's a 1 second cooldown. Would adding in more duration increase or decrease that cooldown? Neither. Is it non-mutable? Yes, that's right, Rue. I'm using your words. Non-mutable. Yes. Nope. Not that one. Yeah, the hotfix is already out. We'll take a look at it in a second here. Okay, we're gonna run a quick ad break here, everybody. So while we're doing this, while we're resetting for the hotfix, here's a quick ad break. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Sit tight. See you a second. Please answer. I'm busy. What's your question? You want to try Gunblades and Glaives because of the Vincubus? What should you use or get? If you like Glaives, Glaive Prime, Zorus, both solid choices. Gunblades, Redeemer, or the Stropa, probably. Or, Sarpa. Ooh, beefy patch notes. Where? This is such a good song. This is a remix of a bunch of the Final Fantasy done theme songs by Jeff Plays Guitars. Oh, so good. What are pre-roll ads? Pre-roll ads, so when you watch a YouTube video and you gotta watch ads before you can watch a YouTube video, that's a pre-roll ad. Same thing happens on Twitch if you don't run the ads manually as a streamer. So Wonder, if you're looking for Glaives, Zorus, Falcor, or Glaive Prime are the three that people usually run. For Gunblades, technically speaking, the Corfell is a Gunblade, sort of. Or probably the Redeemer or the Sarpa are all good Gunblades. Void Cascade spawns, especially while playing solo. Interesting. Removed the Spinnerex and Kestrel from being usable in the Conclave as they are not balanced for this game mode. That's funny. Remastered various Hexkiss cinematics and the 2-table cinematic for the new war to use Drifter Faces. Okay, cool. Kim conversation changes and stuff. I'm not going to look at that because that's just, you know, Kim stuff, and that's, you can figure that out yourself. I'm just not going to read over that because I don't want to get spoiled, so that's why I'm not reading it. Fixed players not receiving rewards for the third mission of Deep Unclaimed Challenges, resetting access, Arcade Media. Lost function for Mesa, Mesa's Waltz, and cast Peacemaker while her secondary weapon was active and then used transference. Okay, so that bug got fixed. Tellurium dropping and recall. No! This was so good! This was such a good farm, DE! Why would you do this? Why would you do this? This was such a good Tellurium farm. Oh, why, DE? Why? Ugh. Fine. Fine. Unintended effect of the Arcwing portion of the fight. We remove this. Resource is not lore consistent. How is Tellurium not lore consistent? What's Tellurium's lore that would require it for it to not be lore consistent? What? Okay, sure. That's okay. Sure. What? Bah. Bah. Fixer options, dropping circuits in a specific tile for the Pruder Rebellion. That's fine. Missing facial animations, romance specific voice lines for Roth Marie Gemini skins. Killing a boss in Descendia during their intro cinematic caused the Infernum to be progress stopped. Oh, okay. Fix one of Marie's abilities being able to instantly kill Roth in the Descendia, causing his fight to be progression stopped. That's hilarious. The only source of Tellurium we know of is a meteor outside of the unknown system, or so you've read. Okay, well, if it makes sense, then I guess. I suppose. Being able to use Helmet Invigoration overrides. Unable to use? Oh, weird. Summoning heavy weapon twice in one mission, resulting in function loss. I actually had that happen. Flawless survival axe, not properly taking progress. That's fine. Narman's lethal levitation. Atlas not receiving bonus rumble when punching a petrified enemy while landslide. I wonder how long that's been around for. Fixed Uriel being dragged to the ground when flying in Infernalis on the Cambion Drift. Golfagor targeting enemies that could latch onto players, thereby causing latchception. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Oberon's Hallowed Reckoning not affecting ragdoll enemies. That's been around for a while, I feel. I remember that being a thing. Banshee Silence causing roads to freeze. Various issues caused by casting abilities while grappling to an anchor in the Peruta Rebellion. Gyre Prime, Ultranox, Kestrel not being prioritized over their non-prime versions. In Teshin's Cave offerings. Players becoming permanently invisible if they cast their Tower on Strike in a specific way. Nidri Tower on Strike description of incorrectly listing the duration of 30 seconds instead of 20. Okay. Certain quest transmission not playing when generic transmissions are disabled, notably Aladvi's opening dialogue in the second dream. Okay. Players not having enough Stormbringers to dissolve in the teacher quest if they resolve 2 and then relogged immediately after, resulting in a progression stop. Oh, interesting. Loss of function for new players entered the codex via the update screen during Vor's Prize. Typhulus being able to jump out of the map in the new war, causing the quest to become progress stop. Murix missing in a cinematic. Darvo briefly flashing on screen during the purge sequence. The pathing issues and sentient boarding parties in the new war quest. Skip Itzim's quiz in the old peace quest. Various issues relating to somatic bearers mechanic in the old peace quest. Grenier T-posing the segment of the old peace quest. Oh, I had that happen to me. I think I had that happen to me when I was playing through the quest. Clients not seeing certain health bars in Descendia. That did happen to me too. Players being stuck outside of the tank arena fight if the fight was triggered while they were dead or revived after it began. Orbs not properly being destroyed for clients in the Arcwing segment of the Hunahulus fight, causing them to suffer additional radial attacks. I wonder if that was causing the death on there. I wonder if that was causing the deaths inside of the Arcwing section. Because that makes sense then. Cases of Teshin transmission appearing in Steelbath Descendia after host migration. 2 bosses spawning in Descendia following a host migration. Shoulder armor offsets not matching between Valkyrie heirloom left and right arms. Roth haircut. Ivar Artemis bow alternate fire stat listing a string path instead of the intended term. Isigna armor challenge descriptions being cut off after a common in the arsenal. Issues towards 2 players across 2 in squad in the simulacrum. Okay. Script error of players using blessing screen. Script error caused by shrine defense. Script error unknown Tenderton items being listed in look links in non-Steam launchers. Now they will not appear. Okay, cool. Okay. Very good, very good. All good things. Thank you for fixing the game up, DE. I appreciate you. Okay, back to the figuring out the Dagath. Stampede by Doom foes. Okay, so that's really interesting. So this really feels like a frame you don't want to put a helmet on then. This is very interesting. I feel like I want to go high strength, high range with decent duration is kind of how I'm feeling at the moment. Disciple, one thing that I would recommend inside of here, in the accessibility options, there is a character highlighting option here. So you can make enemies have a highlight around them, so it might help you out with a little bit. I use it all the time, so I'd recommend that. Dropping the 2 if you have the augment. It makes Doom not as strong. Doom gets locked at a certain percentage if you run the augment. If you helmet over the Doom and you run the augment. Doom can steal kills from Dagath's weapons, impeding the activation of weapons, arcanes, and galvanized life. Ooh, am I Canadian? Yes. Nothing buggy there. I'm Canadian, Rue. It's true. It's true. Grave Spirit, supercharged Dagath's weapons with extra critical damage. The effects are doubled on doomed enemies. Escape fatal blows by briefly assuming spectral form. So even with this existing the way that it is, I would still run the augment, if anything, because then you can chain cast it a bunch. Right? So if we're just constantly chain casting Grave Spirit, because every kill will reduce the cooldown by 1 second. It has a 20-second cooldown. So you only need 20 or 25-second cooldown. So you only need 20 kills in order to get it, which is relatively easy to get and quick to get. So that's pretty solid there. It's not a bug. It's purposely done. So that Dagath doesn't get 5 abilities when you helmet over Doom. It's very purposely done. Only country you could imagine moving to is Canada. I mean, Canada's pretty great. It's got its problems, but it's pretty dang good. Attune her soul with the spirit realm, gaining critical damage bonus on her equipped weapons while the ability is toggled on once cast. I am the problem. It's true. Rue is the problem. Bald people are the problem. You're right, Rue. I'm glad you finally realized that you are the problem. Kidding. Throws cheese at Rue. Also reasonable. Ability nullification falls out of bounds area indefinitely until DAGATH remains active indefinitely. Okay, so that's for the other stuff. Critical damage bonus stacks additively. Okay, so it's an additive critical damage bonus. That's totally reasonable. Critical damage bonus percentage appears beside DAGATH's hit points indicator as a grave buff icon. There we go. While active, DAGATH escapes death from the next lethal hit by phasing into an invulnerable spectral form. Hold on, so if we don't have the augment on right now, right? No, we don't. So what if we have the augment on? Do we just not get that 60% grave spirit strength? We only get it when the augment's active. Okay. So that is interesting. What have you missed? We're just messing around with DAGATH, and I'm trying to understand DAGATH a little bit better. So the augment does have a fairly large negative, being that you don't get the critical damage buff while it's going, but you can spawn it much more frequently from here, and the weapons will be applying it. DAGATH is one of your favorite weapon platforms? I love DAGATH. I just haven't fully, like, gone through it. The Parita Tellurium change is such an L. I completely agree. I looked at that, and I screamed into the microphone for about a grand total of 90 seconds, being like, why? It's Tellurium. Why? But it's fine. I suppose it's fine. Suppose. Interesting. So I don't know if I want to be using Spectral Spirit here. Because there's a bit of a trade-off to that, right? Because you'd get the consistent extra critical damage if you don't run Spectral Spirit, but then you would get very long durations of invulnerability when you have Spectral Spirit on and reduce the cooldown of it. So there is some trade-off to it. It's not like a one and done set idea here. So yeah. Farm for resources, DAGATH, do you need to get one Defexio, or can you get more to get more of the resources? If I remember correctly, the more of the things that you grab inside of the mission means you get more resources, but I can't remember off the top of my head, Starwolf. My apologies. So that's interesting. Interesting. So it's a little bit of a trade-off there. DAGATH escapes death from the next level hint. Spectral timer appears. So let's grab this here, and we'll take a quick look at that. Great Spirit deactivates an energy cooldown for 25 seconds before we recast again. Strike doom foes while in grave spirit to inflict extra critical weapon damage. And it doubles the damage stored by Phantom Wraith. Strike doom foes while grave spirit is active to inflict more critical damage and double the damage stored by Wraith. Cannot be recast while active. Okay. DAGATH expends 100 energy to summon 5 spectral remnants of the horse's soul. Casting time, 1.5 seconds, becomes invulnerable. Then commands the cavalry to continuously charge forward for duration. Each spectral scythe inflicts, spectral caith inflicts viral damage and stagger. Damage is dealt in full on each interval and continues for as long as the enemy remains in physical contact with the phantom caiths. Okay, so yes, it can hit them twice. Does it apply viral twice? Energy. Okay, so it deals viral damage, not viral status effects. Interesting. So what was this part with Doom? It's just the viral damage instance. Okay, so that was my concern there. I was wondering if I was doing something wrong. All effects applied to enemies in contact with the caves during the summoning animation. Enemies touched by caves emit a burst of ghostly light. Invulnerability while casting scales directly with its casting time, reducing casting time through natural tat or shards. Reduce the invulnerability here by the same amount. Yep. V formation, leading cave at its center. Each cave has a sizable hitbox to strike multiple enemies, aided by the stagger effect. When cast, DAGATH is on the ground. Phantom Cave's formation is lined with the leading cave summoned to the nearest objective. When cast from the air, line towards the exact direction, DAGATH's aiming reticle and can fly through the air. If they touch the ground, they'll charge forward. All right. Phantom Caves will phase through vertical terrain and obstacles as they travel by visually passing through a ghostly portal aligned with the wall. Oh yeah, look at that. Stampede doomed foes with cavalry to trigger that. Permanent shield armor reduction. Defense reduction on doomed foes occurs every viral damage instance from individual caves. What does that mean? Stampede foes induce permanent shield reduction. Defense reduction on doomed foes occurs with every viral damage instance from individual caves. Oh, okay, so it's the damage ticking. Right. Duh. Can be recast to active summon all caves in a new direction. Previously, cavalry's charge is removed on recast. Okay, that's all that means. All right. So, with all of that in mind, this is kind of what I'm thinking. We have relatively low armor, so persistence would need some armor shards in order to activate that. She also doesn't have status immunity in any way, shape, or form, so if we want to be using persistence, we need to keep in mind in that. I kind of feel like playing more around the Grave Spirit shenanigans for the best damage output. I wish that Doom was an aura. Rather than being a cast. Oh, right. That was one thing that I wanted to double check here was Spectral Spirit. Inflict Doom for the duration when outside the spectral form. Kills will reduce Glaive Spirits. Cooldown by 1 second for every kill. Cooldown reduction is not affected by mods. Unlike the base ability, DAGATH will only... We already knew that. Unlike with the base ability, DAGATH will only gain the critical damage bonus by Grave Spirit while she's in her spectral form. In addition, shields will restore normally when using this ability. Okay. Subsuming Doom for another ability will prevent players from modifying the Phantom Wraith buff. Yeah, so what it does, this is what I was talking about. So it gets, if you helmet over Doom, it doesn't get buffed from strength. Right? This scales with strength. Right? If not, it's just the base amount, which is 35%. Which... I'm trying to think of, like, we really care about that or not? Do we care about that? I'm trying to think, like, does it actually matter? 35% of the damage dealt. Especially if you're not going into, like, Steel Path of some kind. Like, if you're not going beyond Steel Path. Like, if you aren't doing level cap stuff. Alright. Got some ideas for that. So my initial, I'm thinking like a few builds around Spectral Spirit, one being a caster, one being a weapon platform, and one being a melee is the idea that I'm thinking. They're all relatively going to be the exact same builds because they're all going to be looking for relatively the exact same stats. So the only thing that would really change would be like aura or arcanes or shards in between those. So that's all relatively reasonable to think through there. Okay, we're going to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you, man. I'm just going to the washroom. All right. So let's do a quick little thinky think here. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that Notepad wasn't hiding anything there. So here's a few things I'm thinking, right? Caster builds. We've got a few options that goes very, very well, being Breach Surge, of course. We have the idea of a Thermal Sunder build, I think could be really cool. Especially for lower level content, Thermal Sunder would be a ton of fun on there. To activate Doom, spread Doom. Now, one thing that I want to see is LOS. Is there LOS concerns with that? Is there anything else caster-wise that I could think of that would be solid? Thermal Sunder. But we don't really need it. I was thinking Tempest Barrage, but I don't think we really need that. What's other? I mean, Aqua Blades. I was thinking of doing trying an Aqua Blades build on her. I think that could be very interesting, especially with Aqua Blades Augment. So you're just spitting out slash procs and doing high amount of damage on there. I think could be very interesting. Is there any other like casting damaging abilities that I would think that would be interesting? Thermal Sunder, the reason why we're doing Thermal Sunder is so that it just deals AoE damage over a large area for spreading Doom. And that's the idea behind that. And then we can also, with that, go into Thermal Transfer. Right? Transfer. So, thinking that... I don't think Dante Slash, but actually, Dante Slash might be worthwhile looking at because we do have a forward cone already on her. So, it actually would pair up fairly well. And of course, everybody's favorite, Null Stars. Spectral Spirit affects abilities now. So Spectral Spirit is 100% chance for weapons and abilities to apply Doom. That's what we're going off here, Kung Bob. Right? We're thinking of things that we can get Doom out easily, consistently, and with casting. And if we have something that is like a lingering effect, like, I mean, Breach Surge, Null Stars, both of those, right? We go high range Null Stars build. Could be very fun. Could be very interesting. Araxia Helmet for what? Chill? I've got a few Araxia builds over here. And I just put out my level cap Araxia build with Kai over on Kai's channel. Okay, so we got a few options for caster that I want to check and think about. I think we're probably going to be looking at mainly Aqua Blades, Breach Surge, and Null Stars. And Thermal Sunder with Thermal Transfer is going to be more weapon platform. Right? So with weapon platform, we got Wrathful for melee. We've got Thermal Sunder / Transfer. So we're going to remove this guy here. Another one that would go well, this is from Tato. Tato's video is Phantom Eyes over the floor so that we can get Doom being spread constantly without us really doing anything. It also slows enemies, strips enemies, and also gives you some random heat effects for when you do strip enemies. So I think that could be a kind of a neat little combination there. I think that could be a neat little combo. Potentially. But that is Tato Tech. The funny thing was I was making a DAGATH build and I was like making it out. And then I looked at Tato's video and I realized I made exactly Tato's build. So I didn't put out a DAGATH short because I was like, oh, this is just going to look like I'm stealing from somebody. For other things for weapon platform, Wrathful makes a ton of sense because we're getting the extra critical damage. For caster ability, yeah, I was thinking about trying that, but I'm not a big fan of that. If I was gonna do a weapon or a damage vulnerability helmet on here, I would probably go with Sentient Wrath from Caliban. Because then it's a little bit more mobile. We already got things that have frontal cones, so it's got a sort of synergy there. So I was gonna be leaning more towards that personally. Weapon platforms, we got melee, we've got guns, and we got Phantom Eyes for 3 different options. For just normal build, I think that's kind of all we're looking for here. And then if you want like survivability, then you got Onamori and Null Stars. So Null Stars will kind of like double up a little bit. Gloom, nah, I hate Gloom. I'm not a big fan of Gloom at all. Maybe Gloom, yeah, no, probably not gonna be going Gloom. Roar, yeah, I mean Roar is like, you know, your usual weapon buffers, right? So Glue, or Roar, Zadas, Mirage's Eclipse, Nourish, that type of stuff. Null Stars helps with survivability too. Yeah, that's why it's here. Under the survivability section. And Thermal Sunder, just because we did that there, will also, whoopsies, move you up here too. Sunder. Why was there I there? So that's kind of the options that we're thinking for helmets. Evade for even more critical damage. We do have slows on weird scythes. So actually, Lev, that's a pretty good show for a weapon. How does Null Stars help with survivability? Null Stars will give you damage reduction based on the number of stars and the amount of power strength that you have. So up to a maximum of 75%. Tempest Barrage. I was thinking Tempest Barrage, but I don't think we're going to go that route. Hold on. I got to readjust my OBS. Hopefully this doesn't crash anything. Because OBS decided to change up the placements of my chats for some reason. I was thinking Tempest Barrage, but like the problem with the idea of Tempest Barrage is we already got lots of viral. We don't necessarily care about the corrosive. Sure, it's extra damage instances, which is never bad. Why the frig is Copilot in Notepad? God, I hate you, Windows, so much. Ugh. Hate you so much. Yeah, that's weapon buffers is like Roar, Zadas, things like that. Zadas, Roars, Nourish, Evade. That's weapon buffers means. Okay, so we got some pretty good options here. Now, what are the ones that I'm the most interested in? I know Dark Verse will work, so I don't really need to test that. I don't really care about that. Steal my date? I'm so single, Sophia. How dare you? I'm so just single as hell. So rude. Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer seems like it would be really fun for a caster weapon platform hybrid. And like doing a relatively high range would be really good on that. Right? Like do a high range, high strength Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer build. This seems very interesting to me. I really like this idea here. I like this idea the best for a caster weapon platform. So like maybe we do like caster / wep hybrid, and we do Thermal Sunder in here. So it's not just that. We kind of combo it up here, right? And we move that guy there. So we have a few different build ideas of like where we can go. Survivability, because this is like caster and damage, Null Stars. So we got sort of 2 builds there. So I don't know if we're going to go with Unamori for builds, even though I know that it's very good. It's just not super necessary to like do that as well. Like this could just be a mention of, or switch out Null Stars for Unamori. Done. Mentioned. So like this would just get combined into this section. Wrathful for a melee build, especially with its Doom's extra critical damage, just makes sense. Is there any other helmet that gives you crit chance? Is there any other helmet that gives you crit chance? Does Blast with Spectral Spirit count as weapon damage to spread Doom? Does it? Because that could be really neat. Does it cause that? Well, weapon, yeah, it always counts as weapon damage. Right? So, like, theoretically, yes? And the answer is yes. So, that means Blast is especially good on DAGATH. Interesting. Okay, so that will help spread Doom. So that actually plays very well into what I was thinking of doing with DAGATH, which is a Wrathful Advanced Glaive Bounce build with the Kestrel. Because the Kestrel gains extra bounces, and then we do Electric Blast and Influence. Yeah, I think Influence does spread Doom as well. But then that way, I wonder if any other status effects does that. Any other AoE status effects. Amprex, maybe? We can try with the Amprex for electric. Yeah, let's try this. You're gonna sing the Doom song? Doom, 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 doom. Yes, it does. Interesting. So AoE statuses. What about gas? What about gas? Interesting. Interesting. Does the lingering gas clouds do it? Oh, I need to activate the thing. Yes, it does. Interesting. Okay, so it's not... So, as long as the damage comes from a weapon... Interesting, interesting. So that means that, like, AoE status effects on DAGATH are really, really, really valuable. Oh. Ah, there we go. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, what I'm thinking is this. Bounce build. Right? Kestrel Prime bounce build. It bounces a ton. And with melee influence spreading the blast and the electric, it means it'll constantly be spreading Doom when we have Grave Spirit active. And that's what I'm thinking. Also, interestingly enough, lingering things on the ground when you enter into spectral form also seem to activate Doom, which is a very, very interesting combination potentially as well. So that means that something like the Zenosfire could be kind of like funny. But I think we'll probably be playing on this side here. The Kestrel Blast influence shenanigans is just very strong. Kuva Ogress, yep, absolutely. Kuva Ogress leaving things on the ground would also be super solid, but that would also mean, like, the... What's the Scythe? Grigori. Not the Grigori, the other one. Cause Assist. Because the Cause Assist leaves lingering thing, pools on the ground. Okay, so we got some ideas here. We're gonna throw some platinum at her to get the rest of these done up here. So we'll throw some plat at this. We'll go like this. Normal. Wrathful. Weapon plat. Caster. So we'll go like that. Melees with Zaku, that could be any subsume. Anyone got any good ideas for melees with Zaku that could be any subsume? Honestly, with Zaku, you just kind of use whatever you want. Like, being realistically. Probably I would look towards, like, Glaives with Zaku. Would be very strong. Zaz's Whisper with stuff like that. Is it worth it to use Fulmination on the Latron? I don't like it on the Latron, personally. Doesn't mean that it's bad, just personal preference. So, Wrathful Advance we'll throw over here. So we'll throw Wrathful on. We'll grab Thermal Sunder for the weapon platform. Thermal Sunder for the weapon platform. And again, I feel like we're putting it over the Cavalry. I don't think that, like, any of these other abilities are ones that we would want to remove. So we'll throw that on here. Is the Graham a good melee? Oh, I love the Graham, yeah. Fulmination, Firestorm, I figured that's what they meant. Null Stars. And again, we're going to be putting this over the 4. Because while the armor strip is really, really nice and very, very good, it kind of feels like... Let me see. Let me go back over here. Yeah, see, the Ks do activate Phantom Wrath, right? So that means that if you're going to be putting a helmet on her, I would say either Weird Sides or the Cavalry. Completely depends on which one you're wanting more of, right? If you don't have a viral priming companion for you, like the Pharaoh Protocyte, but the Panzer Phyla, then maybe you don't want to be removing Weird Sides. But if you do have it, then I would say you helmet over Weird Sides rather than Cavalry. So I think actually we need to change these helmet slots for thermal. We need to remove this and put it over Weird Sides in that spot. I think Weird Sides, putting it over Weird Sides for the weapon platform, because I feel like, wait, what did that just go over? Did I put it over the wrong one there? Oh no. No. There's also a nice shape way to keep Arcane Concentration active. Yeah, absolutely. But we're probably not going to be using... Maybe we'll use Arcane Concentration for one of the builds here. Especially the Null Star Caster build. So that we can lock in more duration into the 4. So then we can also spam between those two. And I think Concentration is definitely going to be going on here. This was already the plan. Just to boost up Null Stars, the amount of stars you have, just for the extra damage and the more damage reduction. And then Weird Sides, you can spam the 2 of those combined together for that. And then obviously you can also throw on Breach Surge here if you wanted to, or so on and so forth. So we have some options there, right? We got some options of what we're doing with the caster, right? The idea is that, so in case you're new to like how I make builds, I make a build to suit a archetype, and then you can change helmets and individual mods as you wish, right? So the caster build will have like an archetypal build for that. The weapon platform build will have an archetypal build for that. Wrathful Advance will have an archetypal build for that, right? And that's the idea behind what we're doing. Now, I also did like the idea of evade, so let's go in here. Evade. So we'll throw evade, and I think for that one, we do want to be putting evade over Weird Sides there. I think we want to be putting evade over Weird Sides. It's the one that kind of makes the most sense for me. Not a fan of the 4th? See, I'm a big fan of the 4th because it's a 100% armor strip. And we're already going to be running high strength on here, so it's just 100% armor strip. That makes life a lot easier. And it does activate Doom, right? And that's the other trick to it. Is it activates the Phantom thing from Doom, so we have 2 options for helmets, right? We can throw it over weird sides, or we can throw it over the 4, depending on how we're wanting to go. So the evade build, we'll get that going. So for Galvanized mods, should you run arbitration missions? What about Archon mods? Archon mods come from once you've finished the Veilbreaker quest. You can get Archon mods from Chipper in the by doing the weekly quest with Call, and then you buy the mods from Chipper for the resources that you get inside of the Archon the Call of the Call missions. Sorry, I'm having a stroke. Ooh. 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 So, let's start with the caster build. I think Arcane Concentration makes the most sense for the caster build. Because we're going to be playing in for the duration here and here. This is, again, going to be an augment build using that. And because we're doing Null Stars, Archon Vitality just kind of makes sense in there. What about our aura? What are we thinking for our aura on here? Just good old growing power. And prime sure-footed, of course, because I'm addicted. We are going to need some decent energy numbers here, so we are going to do flow and equilibrium. And now it's basically just some combination of strength and duration on here. We're getting free 60% here, so we don't need to worry about that. How many elements are we applying? 2, just 3, so not impetus. So multi-augmented. And now we're just trying to get as much strength and duration combination here as possible. Now the problem is that we don't want to be dumping our range too heavily here. Because if we dump our range too much, then Null Stars isn't going to be doing great, which means that maybe not narrow-minded, even though we do kind of want this duration here. But I don't know if we can realistically do that. So I'm thinking probably not that, and we do continuity instead, and we lock in duration with concentration. So with that in mind, we're getting some damage reduction here. Do we need any more damage reduction? Probably not. Do we need catalyzing shields for the extra levels of survivability? Most likely not, because we're going to have heat effects, we're going to have slow effects, and we'll be spamming this, and between all of that, we should actually be pretty solid. I would like to get a lot more duration, though. Let's get the Blind Rage on here for the moment. So we're sitting at about 320, 220, yeah, 320 power strength here. For Null Stars, do we get some range on here? What else likes range on here? Doom likes range. I think we do want some range on here. I think we do want some range on here. Just so Doom can hit a little bit better. Just so Doom can hit a little bit better. Why this? So that we have 75% damage reduction when we're not in Spectral form, and also it will be spreading Doom with Spectral Spirit. Is there slow infinite duration? I think that it does have a duration to it. From this? Pretty certain that it's, yeah, it says right there, slow duration, 7 seconds. Okay, so this is build idea number 1. For build idea number 2, we're once again doing Spectral Spirit Thermal Transfer. Do we need high range on here? Realistically speaking. Is this another build that we want to be doing high duration on, or are we good? What are we thinking? If we do high range for a caster version, then we got some there. But I'm kind of thinking that we don't want to do high range on this build. I think we kind of want to play around more with the weapon platforming, getting blast onto the weapon, so we don't need high range. Doom is largely there just to increase the Doom damage from Spectral Spirit. Theoretically, we could throw Thermal Thunder over the 2 rather than the 1 in this case because of that. But the idea here is that we're trying to maximize that doom damage where and when we can. Do we need high duration here? Thermal transfers duration is 30 seconds. Does that get improved or nerfed by duration? It does, but it's still a 21-second duration, and recasting it is relatively easy, so we don't think we need to be too worried about that. Once again, we're going to want equilibrium at the very least. We could just get away with a flow on this build, though, if we don't take our efficiency too much. Or not a flow, sorry, a blue shard. So Thermal Sunder, if I remember correctly, yes, it does get bonus strength damage. So does that have a cap on there? CBs, if we do weapon platform caster hybrid with Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer, we could go high range on here to get into that area, which could be nice. But I think we're gonna just get our good old usual growing power, our good old standby of Prime Sure-Footed. Do we need Arcane Concentration? I feel like we don't need Arcane Concentration. So I feel like we just can go a bunch of strength and maybe circumvent. So we go like Molt Augmented and circumvent as a power strength multiplier for more strength for all of our stuff, plus Arcane Circumvent for a bit of armor strip, but more importantly, extra survivability for shield generation and all of that. So I think I want to go into that direction on this one. Could we do a funny health tank build here with persistence? Maybe we try putting a health tank build here on with persistence, but I feel like we would need at least double umbral for that, and we don't really have the mod slots for that. So it would require a Umbra at least 1. And I don't know how I feel about that. So let's just keep going down this line of thought first before we start looking at that. We aren't going to be doing heat effects with our thermal transfer, so we don't need to be too worried about that. Theoretically speaking, we should have enough survivability just from Arcane Circumvent plus Spectral Spirit to not need to go into health here. Is another route that we could look at. Persistence worked with health conversion for you? Yeah, especially with all the health orbs generated by Grave Spirit? Absolutely. That was part of the idea that I was thinking here. Either, well, I was thinking double Umbral for health more than armor. Umbral Intensify, Umbral Vitality. I wasn't thinking Umbral Fiber for that build. Oh yeah, I forgot that I did a Pillage build too. I feel like we probably could get away without extra health on here. But do we need the extra survivability of like a shield gate on here? Would we be fine without a shield gate? Do we need catalyzing shields? I feel like we don't need catalyzing shields because we got circumvent. I feel like we don't need catalyzing shields. So what are we doing with the rest of these slots? We probably want some more duration. I feel like this build can be rather low range, so that makes narrow-minded more of a better choice on this one. And we could offset our range a little bit. I don't like how low our energy pool is here, so the moment we'll throw flow on. We can't activate that. We don't really care about that. So are we just now pumping our strength? Does this have a strength cap by chance on the helmets? No, it doesn't look like it. Do we need range? Do we need range? That's the next big question is, do we need range on here? Realistically speaking, do we need range? You don't need range. You don't need range. You like range and you're okay with range. So we could just tank our range. But also feel like having range on here would not be bad for this and this. But I don't think we would go full overextended. I don't think we would go full overextended. What does this look like? 124 range, but brings our strength down pretty hard. But we are getting extra strength there and there. And we have circumvent for further survivability. And I feel like having the higher duration values would be better than overextended. Oh wait, overextended doesn't affect duration. Transient fortitude is the one that's dumping our duration. I think if we did this build, we would have to be running a... but circumvent... Okay, we'll have to test this one out. We'll take this into a mission later and give this a quick test. For caster, weapon platform. Okay, so for evade, I feel like we're essentially just going to be copying this build over onto evade for the moment. Right, so we arcane concentration, cast an ability, lock that extra duration into evade. What did I have on the caster build there? I had stretch. Why did stretch get forced down there? Because neutron star isn't on this build. So, do we need range on here? No. Do we want more strength on here? Potentially. Can we fit more strength on here? Yes. Do we need shield gate with this build? No, because we're going to be invisible. So the invisibility plus this, plus the health orb generation should be more than enough. So we also don't need Archon Vitality here. Which means that we could lean into the catalyzing shields just for a little bit of extra. And then on our pistols, run auger mods for shield generation. And have a little bit of a shield gate multiplicative, multiple survivability methods here. Especially with evade, I do find that having that would be nice. But I kind of feel like having rolling guard on here would be better just for a status cleanse emergency in between grave spirits for evade. And I think that's kind of where I want to go. But I'm also kind of tempted to not run Spectral Spirit on this build. And the reason why I'm tempted to not run Spectral Spirit on here is because then we always have Grave Spirit as our emergency backup plan. And we get the critical damage bonus always from it. So on this build, I kind of feel like we don't want to be running Spectral Spirit. I kind of feel like we just want to be hunting around with evades, being stealthy, stripping armor, and then having Grave Spirit as our emergency backup plan. Guardy Goose, big goose! Goodbye, bits. I love your bitties. They're so tasty. Tasty bitties. Thanks, Brew. Appreciate you. So, with all of that in mind, what are we thinking for these last two slots? Right? If we go... We could throw more duration on here. Do we really need this range? We aren't getting Doom active from other things, so we do actually need the range on here. Do we need... And this gives us a heal. This also gives us a heal. That's right. I forgot that this also gives us a heal. So... Wait a second, evade doesn't give you extra critical chance. I think evade could be fun on here. Weak point kills... Okay, none of that's all that interesting, so we're fine there. Trampoline Cavalry, when enemies are hit by our 4, they're ragdolled and pushed back, keeping them in front of the caves, basically working like Hydroids 2. Just stay where you are, could be funny. Oh, that could be kind of neat. Yeah, grouping, more enemy grouping is never a bad thing. At least in my books. Okay, so with the evade, we just need more duration on here. But also we need the range. So narrow-minded is a little bit less ideal than what I want. Do we want narrow-minded? The extra duration for evade? I think between concentration, we should be fine. I also think that we arguably don't need rolling guard here. Because we have Grave Spirit just as our emergency thing, and this is healing us for any damage that we take. So I feel like we don't need Rolling Guard on here. Do I just, really stack up the strength at this point? Because we got Armor Strip plus this plus this. But Spectral Spirit just kind of makes the applying the dooms really easy. Which is kind of the idea here. Yeah, we got working on a Wrathful build too. For melee. That's already there. Already on the list. Is it weird to want to throw this on here? Maybe a little weird. Maybe not this build. No, we're gonna be invisible. Actually, I feel like I don't want to be running Grave Spirit on here. I feel like we're gonna be spamming Doom. But I think if we're spamming Doom, we need efficiency on here. And maybe more range. So maybe we do like a streamline Augur Reach? Right? So we like go into evade. Horsey's rude, Terra. What's the range on this now? That was pretty good. That got me really good there, Terra. Nah, you don't really need sprint speed all that much. And like you can get sprint speed in other areas. You don't need a mod for it. You can like use an incarnate weapon that gives you bonus sprint speed. And like ultimately if you're trying to catch enemies, then you can just go like void form and sling around. Yeah, go into operator or drifter. I think streamline makes sense here just for this guy. But what are we doing with this last slot? I kind of feel like having an extra emergency oh crap button just so that we don't like accidentally proc this is not a bad choice. So I think rolling guard here makes sense so that we can just keep this for when we take oh god damage. You know what I mean? Not just oh crap damage. This handles the oh crap damage between the heal from evade plus rolling guard. And then Grave Spirit handles the oh god damage. And I think that's where we're going to be playing here. Because we're getting another 85% power strength here, so this is actually sitting a little bit higher than this. So 305 power strength for Doom, for Grave Spirit, and for Cavalry. And then, like, the idea here would be casting Cavalry, like, cast Doom, cast Cavalry, shoot with Evade. Grave Spirit's on our emergency oh crap button. We got a little bit of shield generation from our ability spamming, and we got rolling guard for the other stuff. So for our caster build, we're going Neutron Star, Archon Vitality, Spectral Spirit, and then if you want to play not with Neutron Star, you just throw on whatever makes the most sense for what your build is, and you can swap in a few things here. So that's all relatively easy. For the weapon platform build, I don't feel great about this low of health, but we do have Circumvent as our other survivability option. So I think that's going to be fine. And then for the Wrathful build, this is just your classic Wrathful builds. When you got a classic Wrathful build, I like going growing power just to feed extra strength into Wrathful. And I think putting Wrathful over the 4 makes the most sense here because we want to be activating Doom at full power strength through Grave Spirit. We want to be using Weird Scythes to do the whole Doom Grave Spirit shenanigans with our Wrathful. So we cast Weird Scythes, we melee, we cast Weird Scythes, we melee. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. And I think because we're going to be casting so much, this shield gating could be our alternative survivability function here for multiple forms of survivability. And I think that's where we're going to be using catalyzing shields. And then we can just use some other stuff there. Does Wrathful work for her 1? Well, her 1 isn't a melee attack, so no, and it also can't crit. Okay, I gotta run some quick ads here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to Sherbo. Otherwise, take. See you soon. Bye. And Tara, I'm feeding the boy now. His freedom. Or whoever did beat freedom. There you go. Yeah. So, with the Wrathful build, we still need range for the Doom casting, but in reality, between Weird Scythes, our melee, and Grave Spirit, we're going to be activating our Doom on its own, so we don't need to be too worried about that. So, through just the Grave Spirit, Spectral Spirit stuff. With this build, we're probably going to be going Fury for the extra melee damage, and we're probably going to be just doing Molt Augmented for more power strength. Pressure footed because I'm addicted. I mean, at this point, I think it's just like this. Like, maybe not transient. Maybe just prime continuity, not transient. And then Umbral Intensify, Equilibrium, Flow. Do we need more duration than this, or can we throw some range on here at this point? We don't really care about our range all that much, because we're going to be doing this with a Balanced Glaive for Wrathful. Kata, how you doing? Your name successfully broke my dyslexia brain. Sorry about that. It's okay. I'm the broken human. You don't need to worry about me. You're doing great. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Think I have mail? Oh no. What do I have in my mail? You're not broken, just Canadian? Oh no. True, I am. I mean, Canadians are broken, it's true. What's in my inbox? You might need this. Oh no, it's more Omniforma. Douchelord feeds me Omniforma like I'm just like, more, please. Thank you very much, Douchelord. Super appreciate you. Do I need range? I don't think I need range. I don't think we care about a range. I also don't think we necessarily care. Yeah, I don't think we care about a range. I think we're doing just a classic strength range. Strength duration here. I don't think we care about our range on this build. I do not think we care about range here. And from what you read, they removed Spinnerex and Kestrel from Conclave as they're not balanced with that game mode. Correct. That's what the patch notes said, at least. Just slap one on the end and you'll be good. I think I'm pretty good the way that I'm at, but I am going to be working on a Volbin as well soon. And we're going to be finding out some other information about other stuff coming up next Friday. Dev stream! Whee! Whee! Dev stream! Okay, so, yeah, I think the Wrathful one is like the one that makes the most sense. I've got like a bunch of random shards on there at the moment, so don't mind those. Because the idea here is this. Right? So we activate Wrathful, we activate this, we activate this, we activate that, and then we... Whee! Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. That is kind of funny. And then you throw Doom out. No, I didn't want to do heavy attack. You lied. All right, that's kind of funny. You think level 9,999 should be active in the simi? Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. Oh, DAGATH. Oh, DAGATH. Yeah, that'll do, pig. Alright, DAGATH. So yeah, Kestrel with DAGATH feels like a really funny build. Or any other bounce glaive, right? So another bounce glaive example would be like the Path Assist. The Coda Path Assist, I use that as a bounce glaive. So I think this is kind of the way I want to go with it. With this build. Like that, like that. Because we don't really care about Doom, right? Doom is being activated by Grave Spirit, Weird Scythes, and Bouncing Glaive. So this is here just to essentially lock in that extra strength for Doom, right? Like, theoretically, you could throw Wrathful Advance over Doom and run it that way as well. But it would lock the Doom damage extra to 35%. So... You can't really test builds above level 500 without grinding missions. There is it's the Exo Grokstag officer, Grotstad. This one count is basically level 500 for health wise, if I remember correctly. It's either this one or the Bombard. There's like a few of them that have high enough levels of health that it's equivalent to about 500 for enemies. Level 500 for enemies, I should say. So we go like that, we activate weird scythes, and then we do. And then the weird scythes and whatever other ticks have left will kind of help deal with whatever's left there. Yeah, see. Okay, this actually feels really good. That feels really solid. Fury for the extra melee damage, just so we're boosting up the damage as much as possible. We got catalyzing shields on here, just for a little bit of shield gating in between Grave Spirit runs. And then run a auger mods on our pistols so that when we cast Weird Scythes or Doom, probably Weird Scythes, we're not going to be casting Doom with that low of a range. But when we cast Weird Scythes to activate our to regenerate our shields. So this build is going to require pistol auger mods for maximum survivability, which is like not that hard to do. If you're playing a Wrathful build, you're generally going to be using just your melee, so you don't care about what's going on your secondary all that much. So that's going to be a pretty solid combo there. That's super duper easy. Because then every time you cast this, you're getting back enough shields, activating, catalyzing shields. You'll be slowing enemies. And sort of between all of this, you should have pretty fine survivability. And then, you know, with Influence, a Bouncing Glaive, and Wrathful Advance, you should be reactivating, decreasing the cooldown of Grave Spirit pretty rapidly. And should be a pretty solid build there. That's my idea. I think that you still have a really hard time against, like, Toxin procs with this build. Because of this, so we're gonna have to test this out. For weapon platform, I don't know if I like that low of a range, but I think it's the right way to go about it. But also, I don't know if I like that low of a duration on here. So I'm kind of inclined to remove Transient Fortitude to get a little bit more duration for our buff and for Spectral Spirit on here. And instead throwing on Umbral Intensifies. So this is going to be where we're going to be using one of these Omniforma, I think, Douche Lord. I think we're going to be using an Omniforma here. College, part-time work assignments, and church, you realize we need 28 hours in a day? Yeah, that's my story of my life. I understand that pain quite a lot there, Sal. Do we... Okay, so here's the problem. Here's what I'm conundruming. Do we need that high of range? Do we need that high of a duration? Do we need Transient Fortitude? Do we need Equilibrium? Could we get away with some Equilibrium shards instead? What shards do I got on here right now? 3 cast speeds, so we could throw an Equilibrium shard on here. So that'll give us some options, and then we got some red shards here that we can upgrade as well for a bit more power strength. So right now I'm leaning towards 1 to 2 cast speed shards, 1 to 2 purple shards, and a strength shard. And then that will also mean that we can remove Equilibrium from all of these builds and open us another slot here. And I think that's the route we're going to go. Because with the amount of health orbs that we're going to be generating in the mission between DAGATH plus Synth Deconstruct, the purple shard should be more than enough. And that does open up some options on these builds. Like, for instance, we can get some more duration on here, some more strength on here with this lost slot here. Do we need DAGATH at all? Joking, she's your favorite. I mean, DAGATH is, like, very fun. I'm just, like, I haven't really spent a lot of time theory crafting with DAGATH during my time playing Warframe, so that's what I'm wanting to focus on today, especially with these new alerts coming up. A lot of people are going to be asking, hey, you got any DAGATH builds? So now I can show people DAGATH builds. Is the idea behind it. And so far we got 4 different builds with helmets and then just a normal build here, which I'll be removing Phantomize here. And this will just be our sort of normal build. I think we are going to remove Equilibrium. Did I treat the boy? Yes, it did get redeemed. Yes, it was honored. The boy has his treat in his bowl. He's retreated for his nap, though. So he'll get it when he gets it. Angel Guardian, 3 months prime. Heck yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate the heck out of you. You're waiting for this build. You always use your builds. They're kind of your go-to builds all the time. Remember, death comes for us all. The best thing that you can do with any creator's builds is take them and make them your own. So don't just follow the builds of how I play, but make sure to make it your own and make something cool with it. That's the biggest thing. Do I play standing? Yeah, when I'm working. Just try to help with my posture and help with my legs and health in general. Just, you know, occupational health and safety. All that good stuff. Okay, we need to remove a bunch of shards. These were just placeholder shards. I think... Do you think I can get away with only one? Do you think I can get away with only one? I think realistically I need to have 2. I think realistically I need to have 2. For our standard build. Can I get away with only 1 cast speed though? Let's try getting away with only 1 cast speed. Let's go ability strength. And... we'll go here. Ability strength. Okay, so we're actually up ability strength. We lost some cast speed, but we also gained some equilibrium there. Swap neutron star for rumble fiber just so you can survive a bit more? Yeah, absolutely. That's the best thing that you can do. I always tell people, like, the most important thing is to not follow what a creator is doing specifically, is you take the theory of what the creator is doing and make it your own thing. Secondary crate Archon shards. What's best for Titania? Titania's base crit chance is on her Dex Pixia, I assume is what you mean, XV. I don't think that it's good enough in order to take advantage of that. Like, what's the Dex Pixia's base crit chance? They're more status weapons, aren't they? Yeah, so at a 10% base crit chance... Yeah, I would probably just go for more ability strength, realistically speaking. I feel like... I mean, you could really juice up its crits, right? With the Tau 4, with the orange shards for extra crit chance on heat effects by your pistol, and also, like, Arcane Hotshot. You could juice up the crit chance pretty high, but... You know, I'm like, you know, it's a personal preference thing. I wouldn't do it. Hey, Ace, how you doing today? I don't think we need equilibrium here now. I think we're going to remove equilibrium. Which means, theoretically, we get some more strength on here. Do we care about more strength on this evade build? Just got a bit of cleaning done. Feels great. Hope everyone's doing well. Heck yeah. Self-care, including self-care of your home. Do we need more strength on here? I mean, more strength isn't bad. But I feel like we could use more duration on here than anything else. So I think we're going to throw in another auger mod on here. Instead for this build. A little bit more duration for Grave Spirit as well as evade could go really far. So I think we'll do more duration on this build. So with our caster build, we can now remove that. So we've got ourselves a slot there. We can move that guy over there. And again here, because we're doing a Null Star build with the caster build, I'm kind of inclined to go into extra duration. Because then that'll be more duration for this, more duration for this, and then that'll just be all hunky-dory happy times. So again, I think this is just going to be another auger on here, just for a little bit more duration. We got some pretty good range. We got some pretty good duration. We're getting an extra 60% duration here with concentration, which will lock into Null Stars by using Weird Size first, and then into Null Stars. And then Null Stars will activate Grave Spirit's Doom from Spectral Spirit, allowing us to get a whole bunch of extra damage. And that could be a very fun, interesting little combination here. Now, Doom is a portion of the damage. Now, is Doom ability damage as well, or is Doom only weapon damage? It doesn't say. So I'm going to assume it's all ability damage. I'm going to assume it's all ability damage. So this is where we're going to go, which is, like, funnily enough, basically the exact same build as this one. We're just throwing on a streamline for a little bit more efficiency on here. For our weapon platform build, we can remove equilibrium. What are we thinking for here? Do we need more range? No. Do we need more duration? No. Do we want more strength? Yes. What are we getting that more strength from, though? Yeah, so it's because on this one, we're doing Null Stars for duration. So that's why we want more duration on this one. And because we're running Evade here, we want more duration on there too. So that's why we're going super high strength on either of these builds. We're going a little bit more, like, good strength. Also, we're at 273, but we also have growing power multi-augmented, so we're going to be much higher than that, closer to 350. Weapon platform. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, like, mod slots. Like, Umbral Intensify is what I want to be putting here, but I'm trying to figure out, how, like, forming in order to get that on here. And again, we don't need equilibrium here. And on this case, I think we want the strength mod from the Augur set here so that we have another Augur mod for catalyzing shields to work with. And this is more strength here for Wrathful Advance plus all the Doom stuff. So that's why we're going that route here. Now on here, ideally I want an Umbral mod on here. But, so you're a dash, you're all fine, you're a dash, and you're also going to be a dash. So, we're going to put an Omni on this slot, there, and then we can do thermal transfer there, and then we can do, why do I have 2 max ranks? We can do Umbral Intensify on this one for thermal transfer. Wait, hold on. Is Thermal Sunder locked at... Does Thermal Transfer and Thermal Sunder get locked at a power strength? Why am I thinking that... Oh, that's Lavos' ability. That's Lavos' ability that gets locked out of strength. Okay, yeah. Lavos' ability is the one that gets locked with strength. And then Wrathful is just a lot of strength and a lot of duration. Okay, I like this so far. I like this so far. So we've got 4 different builds, so a little bit of different build variety depending on how you're wanting to play. We got a weapon platform using Evade, so we're invisible. We got Rolling Guard for emergency survivability. We got Concentration to lock in more duration into Evade and Grave Spirit, however we feel like it. And we've got Multi-Augmented for more power strength. For the caster build, we're using Null Star, Neutron Star combo for spreading Doom with Grave Spirit. And then we're having super high duration, so we got a ton of Null Stars and very good strength, so we got a ton of damage coming out from there. For the weapon platform, we're using Thermal Transfer as our starting build to go into Blast, because Blast will spread Doom through Spectral Spirit, because it counts as weapon damage. And in fact, all AoEs will do that. Any weapon elemental damage by AoEs will also do it, so we have other options there as well for a weapon platform. And that's super easy. You just swap this out for something else, and you swap in a different helmet, so that's not a concern. And for Wrathful Advance build, we're using Shield Gating as our secondary survivability method, along with Grave Spirit, Spectral Spirit. And the other thing here on the Evade build is we're not using Spectral Spirit, so that we always have critical damage buff. And then we have the emergency survivability button of Grave Spirit Rolling Guard. And then Wrathful build will be... the Wrathful build will be... using some shield gating alongside Grave Spirit for our survivability. Because we're going to be casting Wrathful Advance, Weird Size, and Doom fairly frequently, or at least spammable, so that we can get the extra up from there. And then Fury for more damage, and we're doing a Bounce Glaive build with this one. You're going to shove Zadas? Yeah, Zadas I think is another great choice for like a weapon platform, right? So instead of Thermal Sunder, you throw on Zadas. It's another good option here. But like that's the idea, right? Like these are supposed to be archetypal builds. Like you know me, Ace. These are like the archetypal builds where you would slot in whatever helmet that you would like. So you slot in whatever you want. Nullstar is a melee, technically correct. It's a counts as weapon. I don't know if it counts as a melee weapon. Arcane Reaper, we don't really need to be concerned about our health. Because every kill while we're in Grave Spirit / Sexual Spirit will be Sexual Spirit. Wow. Spectral Spirit. Will be giving us so much health orbs that we're going to be like swimming in them. So I don't think we need that. You don't suppose you have a standalone Strun build without external frame buffs? Yeah, I do. All of my builds, Snuggly the Hedgehog, is meant to be used with out weapon buffs unless I specifically state that a weapon buff is doing something. Only 5k more chaotic to go? Hell yeah. Oops. OBS, where'd you go? Oh. That should be fun. Hey, YouTube, how do things look at 1440p for y'all? If any of you is looking at watching at 1440p, let me know how it looks. Because I am streaming 1440p now, so I just want to like during mission gameplay specifically. It's just giving me bitrate warnings. It's too low apparently, so if I got to make some changes, then I need to make some changes. I just started streaming it to 2K, so I haven't figured out all the like weird stuff yet. But here's the question: do we care about a caster build with DAGATH? Do we care about the caster build with DAGATH? I feel like we're trying to force a neutron star build. Because we're not getting the extra critical damage. We'll try this one out. I think this is just going to be a classic breed surge on here, more than anything else. Your cam's blocking arcanes though? Yeah, it's Concentration Bulldog. I've mentioned that a few times here. But you may have just come into the stream, so don't worry about it. Usually whenever I move over to a weapon, like a build, and I'm talking about it, I'll first mention the arcanes so that you can just sort of follow along. But yeah, this is, you know, the problem is that cameras, because there's so much dense crap on like our street, like on screen here. Like even down here, it'll be blocking stuff here when I pull up abilities. I put my camera up here, then it's blocking this stuff. So like there's not really ever a good spot to be putting your camera as a streamer unless you're putting it down here. And I don't really like it being down here. Nullstars can crit. You wonder if Spectral Spirit crit damage works with it. See, that is an idea that I did think about. I did think about that one. But I'm uncertain about it. I feel like if I do, it would be here. Because I like the extra duration for both Null Stars and Grave Spirit. Locking in that extra duration of those two abilities seems really solid to me. It's going to require a little bit of practice to do that, though. That shouldn't be too bad. Okay, I want to mess around with this. I know this build's going to be bonkers. So we're going to mess around with this with our Kestrel here. Let's swap this over to a... Yeah, let's just do Sobek, sure. And this is the one I usually use for holding my Augur mods. Augurs. And then we'll use the Kestrel here. And you know what? I don't have one of these on here yet. So let me throw on a Narman. Hey, Broken, how you doing? Epitaph, you don't have one either. Say it, Panda. Another Narman. Do we got anything fun? Conjunction Survival. Who wants to join me? Steel Path, Omnia, Conjunction Survival. Voyage. Riaz. Akblov, or Erzman was before you, Akblov, so we'll grab Erzman. You're not online. Riaz, you're not online. Voyage, let me know when you're on. Riaz and Erzman. Uzi. Ooh, that's a cool looking mesa. Ooh. Do you want to shoot me a PM then, Riaz? You're on D&D? You're in the squad. It's all good. Neutron Star. Yeah, funnily enough, this is actually pretty dang close to how I'm running it. See, this is what I'm also thinking. Is like, if I want to do a Neutron Star build, would it make more sense to be putting it over Doom since we're not utilizing Doom as much with the caster build? And the armor strip is really nice for Null Stars. And then, like, whatever extra damage we get from Spectral Spirit is, you know, just gravy. I mean, this is kind of like the conundrum that I'm going towards. I don't know if I would run Arcane Hotshot. I do like snapping the extra duration with concentration. But Hotshot might be a good choice over Molt Augmented. And actually might be a good choice for our Thermal Sunder build. But are we really going to be activating that so much? Because we got the heat on there. Probably not. What's base Doom? Doom's base is 35%. Yeah, I just want to like mess around with this a little bit. I'm going to do the Wrathful Advance shenanigans first. See how that plays out, and then we'll move from there. I'm 99% certain that this Wrathful Advance build is nothing new. It's probably a direct accidental copy of one of my friend's builds. That's usually how it plays out as a content creator. Yeah, it's not with Null Stars for that. I was thinking for the Thermal Sunder build, Uzi. Isn't young. Yeah, I was thinking for the Thermal Sunder build, but we're running really low range on the Thermal Sunder build, I believe, so maybe Hotshot's not the best route to go there. And we're doing a Glaive Bounce Influence build on this one.
You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? The Hurricane Nerve Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support. Fisher, defend yourself and use reacting to open relics. All manner of
Lord, inside your heart.
due to the Circulus's proximity. If you have a necromech, you may use it.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta take this into solo. I always forget that it's hard to test stuff when we're playing in party.
The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open your void vault.
That's okay. I need to level up anyway, so I'll take this into a solo run after this. I feel like this is gonna be pretty solid. Because we're going to be activating Spectral Spirits so rapidly here. We're having really bad aiming with the Kestrel. Yeah, I'm going to have to take this into a solo. That's okay. I need to level up my DAGATH anyway, so it doesn't matter. And I'm happy to play with the peeps while we're doing that. Many build ideas for your second DAGATH? Yeah, it's just kind of like... I haven't had a, like, build crafting day in a few weeks. Or a few, like, maybe a week or two. So I kind of just want to, like, try something, you know? You'd love for it to match the energy colors? Yeah, I really think that that's what needs to happen with Spectral Spirit. It's, like, a real rough time. Like, this extra random energy color is just not what I'm about. I would rather have it be more set to your energy channels of some variety, maybe your emissive colors. But I would really prefer it to be something else. Now, we are being invincibled by a friendly local neighborhood OB. So, and it's a little bit hard to activate my Spectral Spirit when in a squad like this, just because I'm not getting as many kills. But that is perfectly fine. You're gonna go to sleep? Still need at least 6 hours of sleep? No worries, Riaz. I hope you have yourself a good sleep. We'll catch you tomorrow. Is that a light attack Kestrel? Yes. The Kestrel has a unique passive that allows it to bounce 4 times more than normal. So Influence, Blast, Bouncing, Blast, and Electric, and Influence will all activate Doom. So the idea is to spread the status effects and the damage as wide as you possibly can, and then Doom will clean up people for you. We actually don't want to be casting Doom at all here. We want to be using Spectral Spirit for our Doom here. I don't think I said your name. Permanent vulnerability, is that from Oberon? Yeah, Oberon's passive is a thing, all right. It's a thing, all right. Yeah, so this build is... So I was saying good, have a good sleep to Uzi, not to you. Yeah, Oberon's passive is one of the strongest things in the game. For survivability, it's truly unreasonable.
Those oculists are scanning for targets.
DAGATH 4 should trigger Kamisado. They're nowhere close to companions. Or minions.
They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
Okay, so we'll take this into a solo run after this. Typically speaking, companions are things that have, like, health bars. So, they don't have health bars.
The longer you hold out, the deeper I can search. But extraction is ready.
You will purposely ignore that? Ah, I see. I reject your reality and substitute with my own, the classic. Shinji? Bro, it's not even Shinji. That's freaking Adam from Mythbusters. You just informed me, Sybil, that you're young. You're but a wee babe if you don't know Adam Savage. But a wee babe. Are you okay, bro? You're not young at all? Well, you didn't know the Adam Savage quote. How do you not watch? How do you grow up in the early 2000s and not know Mythbusters? Shake my head, shake my head. The Walrus and the Mad Scientists. I believe he's actually quoting something else, and he's making fun of people who do that type of stuff. Is technically where that quote's from. He's just making fun of people who are just like, I reject your reality and substitute my own. Like, you're dumb. But what Shinji is that from? Wait, that's a great question, Civil. What Shinji is that? Evangelion? That was from Evangelion? Really?
That's it.
Man, I hated that series. I'm sorry. I know so many people love that series, but I just always found that series creepy as hell. And the manga does not make it better. It's even worse. You didn't make any Oberon videos yet, right? No, I was making an Oberon video and then some stuff came up. So the Oberon video is coming. I was never into, really into Evangelion. I watched it once and I was like, this is not for me. However, if you like, Evangelion, you might enjoy, I enjoyed it more than Evangelion, was, what one was it? Eureka 7. Man, I wonder if I could find Eureka 7 somewhere. That's a great series from my childhood. I'm sure it did not age well at all, but I loved it. YTV crew, anyone? Where are my Canadians at? How did that not hit any of those dogs? No, not YTB, YTV. It was a Canadian, like, cartoon channel. It's like where Futurama and, like, all that stuff was. Or Teletoon, that was the other one. Teletoon. No! Man, I hate Wrathful Man sometimes. YTV replaced Fox Kids? Nice. Good job, YTV. You're so much better than Fox. You love that show, Eureka 7? Yeah, I gotta rewatch it. I wonder where I could stream it. Or don a hat with a skull on it. Because we definitely don't do any forms of pirating-based activities here, chat. Right? Right? Definitely not. Totally none of that happening here. Where the hell is Torment? See, the one thing with this build is, like, it's not doing a lot of initial damage, so it doesn't look that impressive. But it's when the Doom hits that it just, like, insta-kills enemies, and that's kind of where I think the real power of this build comes from. Because, like, I'm doing 50% of the damage for the squad, so... like, it's not bad. We don't have super high damage frames in here, so... Like, I'm meaning, like, nuke frames or anything like that, so a Wrathful Advance, Influence, Bouncing, Blast build makes sense why it would be doing so much damage. But I'm very interested to see what it'll look like inside a solo mission here. I think I need to be really spamming weird sides much more frequently here with this build in order to get its interaction with Doom going a little bit more, because it'll increase the amount of damage that Doom can store and also resets duration if necessary. So seems kind of cool, at least. I'm also not really super able to test my survivability here, as we do have an OB. Been a pleasure. Gonna take a break from Warframe for the rest of the night until reset. Take care. No worries, Nexus. Hope you have yourself a wonderful night. We'll catch you later. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so the new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you later. Bye. I have the power to speak very quickly. YouTube right now is like, what the hell? Are you okay, bro? No, I'm not. Help.
Manifestations must must not be allowed a foothold on Zero.
Oh,
Support is at risk.
Ace, if you're still available, do you mind taking a look at what it looks like on YouTube versus Twitch for when I'm in mission? Oh, I probably shouldn't have activated that there. That was a waste. Because it's always the, you know, the concerns with streaming is always the bit rate and how it looks. DAGATH grouping combo with Meg? Absolutely. It could be super good. Yeah, the bit rate is what I'm concerned about here. Oh, you're not dead. Have you tried dying? No? Would you like to try dying? Thank you. Looking to change to a rap? No, I'm not that creative. I'm a quant. I'm not a, they both look good on your end? Okay, cool. Just YouTube was yelling, being like, bitrate is too low. So I was like, is it though? So that's what I wanted to double check. Thank you very much, Missy. Appreciate you.
Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Man, I really want to watch Eureka 7 now. Ugh. Now, does this do Doom when Doom can't be active yet? No, okay. I was wondering about that. Or when Spectral Spirit isn't active yet. What are the best grouping tools or abilities dependent and independent of range? So, dependent on range, probably the best one is Nidus's, but specifically on Nidus. Nidus's ability is his helmet ability, his grouping ability is his helmet ability. But the problem with it, where's my glaive? The problem with that is that it is, in the helmet system, it gets its range greatly reduced. Wow, the glaives are having problems latching onto enemies and properly bouncing. Interesting. I don't think I've got a lot of crit damage on this this glaive. Based on what I'm seeing here, I really feel like I didn't put much crit damage here. Oh, you know what? I'm also not running... I'm not running... whatchamacallit? Why is first skill duration so low? Because it's not a hang around ability. It hangs around you for a very short amount of time and then goes out and heat seeks enemies. It is not meant to be like Ureli's, where Ureli's blades spin around her. It's more of a projectile ability than a duration ability. Oops. Oh, am I putting out a short tomorrow? I'm probably not going to be able to put out a short tomorrow now that I think about it. That's okay. I really feel like I don't have a lot of crit damage on here. Now, that said, I am missing the crit damage purple shards because I just put on my sort of basic there. How's Ripline's grouping ability? For Valkyr, incredible. Because it also will cause her to automatically melee and group enemies and drag her to them. So it's actually very, very strong. If you're looking for like a non-frame dependent grouping ability, you're probably looking at a few different sources. Meg's pull will force enemies towards you, which is sort of a tech that you can utilize. It's not like the greatest in that regards, but certainly not bad. Wait, there's a sequel to Eureka 7? Oh? I didn't know that. I now need to go find the sequel to Eureka 7. I didn't know that that was a thing. Astral Ocean. I recognize the name, but I don't think I ever watched it. So the Cyotid is a secondary weapon that will group enemies for you. It's very, very, very strong. And scales the number of enemies that it will group off of multi-shot, and Pistol's got some really great multi-shot options, so it's actually very good there. If you're looking for another option, the Proboscis Cernos does a small amount of grouping. It's not the best. The Nautilus, which is a companion, will group enemies for you quite frequently and is quite strong. Am I going to make a no subsume Dagath build? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I always make a no subsume build as well. Or I try to. Depending on the build, sometimes, or depending on the video, if the video is running long, I just won't include it in.
And it craves our life support. Destroy these manifestations.
Merp. Come back.
If they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind.
Living in the... Are there any frames that you'd not recommend using a helmet ability on? So, helmet ability is largely up to personal preference and how you want it. It essentially allows you to change your playstyle, right? It allows you to make something unique. It allows you to change up things if you really feel like it. I think most, especially of the newer frames, certainly don't need helmets. But helmets are tasty for when you want to be doing something unique or something specific, or you're looking to make up a shortfall of a frame somewhere else. So, you know, kind of depends on where you're wanting to go. But do any of them feel like they break the frame? Not really. Obviously, it kind of depends on what you do, right? If you try to put, like, an ability over Nova's 4, you're kind of removing part of the reason why Nova exists, right? So, like, I wouldn't do it in that case. But there's not really a frame, like, because you can put it on any ability, it doesn't really matter. Pre-builds, yes. If you watch today's short, I go over all the details in there. Fenris. Which is in the pinned comments. They are fully built parts. So you just need to do the alert, grab the part, do the other alerts, keep grabbing the parts, and you're good to go. No, I don't like including, like, unless I'm doing a very specific interaction with a build, like, for instance, with the old piece, I did a lot of builds that had interactions with other arcanes, or at least just sort of ways that I could work them into each other. So, for instance, Melee Green with Arcane Circumvent, which allowed me to do a Mirage build and refresh my Okina build, right? So, like, you don't need to be using Arcane Circumvent with the Okina on specifically Mirage. It's just a extra combo. And, like, I don't include Rivens because Rivens are completely random. It's not fair to a player if you're looking for a build to be like, yeah, and then you also need this 4,000 platinum Riven to make the weapon work. Like, that to me doesn't feel fair to you, my viewers, to do something like that. Did I farm Dagath for an alert? No, I've had Dagath for a long time. You have an idea for a sub-goal challenge? Hit me. What kind of idea you got? See, because the idea is that the influence and the blast procs, Umumusame? I'm just waiting for Rue and Charlie to let me know when they want to do more Umumusame. That's literally all we're waiting on for Umumusame. Best shards for Zaku? Probably either just like more strength or more duration. Zaku is very much a high range frame if you're playing around her 2. Do Dagath's daggers care about LOS? I don't know, let's find out. Maybe? Or that thing died? Nope, don't care about LOS. Okay, we're heading to extract here, peeps. But yeah, I don't make my builds with ribbons. I actually don't care about ribbons. What's LOS? Line of sight. So, can you hit enemies behind a wall? And the answer is yes. There's a few other abilities in the game that also allow you to ignore line of sight restrictions like that. Not all of them, but some of them. Oh, my body hurts. Oh, maybe 5 hours is enough standing. Oh, but I really want to do it and, like, just get to the 7 hours standing, 6 hours standing. It's like my personal goal is to be standing while I'm working all day.
The Grenier and Corpus came here in search of treasure, but only found oblivion.
You gotta farm the standing? How dare you? Actually, I am gonna sit. I don't want to paint tomorrow. I got a long day tomorrow. Come to me, chat. Classes. Or if it lets you fit in quality of life easier. Yeah, so the way I always look at ribbons is like, they're just nice to have. A lot of people like to be like, ribbons are necessary for weapons to be good. And be like, you don't need that. That's a lie. Not sort of saying that like content creators say that, but like a lot of the community has sort of that mentality of like, you need to have a ribbon to make a weapon good. Like, no, that's not the case at all. Not even slightly. A kunai build? I don't have a short on the kunai, but I think I might have a build for it. I think so. Uriel's so fun. Uriel's so good. I love Uriel. I love Uriel. Okay, get him a squad. GG peeps. Okay, we took a look at yours. Fenrir, what you got? DAGATH for yourself. What you got? Roar over the Doom. That makes sense. Yeah. Roar doesn't apply to Doom's damage, so you don't necessarily need to be working in for the Dooms higher than 35% if you don't necessarily want to. Arcane Concentration to lock in more duration into either the Spectral Spirit or Roar, which is also both solid. Equilibrium, yeah, you could offload this into purple shards if you wanted to, but, you know, it's neither here nor there. The rest of it looks good. Yeah. This is, I think, a lot of people are going to have builds very similar like this. Very high strength, very high duration. So that's kind of what I'm trying to stay away from where I can with my builds. You're heading off now, Douche Lord? No worries. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Give those puppers a treat 'em for me. Hydro, what you got? Nautilus. Okay, so you have made a classic mistake with the Nautilus. It is Manifold Bond. Manifold Bond will reduce the cooldown of the abilities from the top right to the bottom left, and specifically what is to the left of Manifold Bond. So if you're wanting to reduce the cooldown of Cordon, you need to move Manifold Bond up to where Contagious Bond is. Now, if you don't know this, or for anyone who doesn't know it, what you can do is you can go into here in your actions, and you can swap the polarity of your mods, your mod slots, just like that. So you can swap around the polarity if you feel like you need to. And in this case, I would swap that polarity and move Manifold Bond up to here. The rest of your build here is fine. I would have concerns about it dying very frequently. So I would think of maybe instead of Coolant Link, maybe replacing this with some survivability of some variety on here. Just like some health or some shields or something. Just make yourself a little bit tankier. Now you have your Verglass here, and you do have a crit chance of Verglass, very good. So that means Tenacious Bond is actually being properly active on here. Speed trigger, I would say Vile Acceleration. It says speed trigger. You don't necessarily, but you got both, so it's like fine. Blast on here should be fine. I don't think you need heat on the weapon for fired up to work, but that is the tech that I do, is I put heat on there so that the heat procs can activate Contagious Bond faster. So I don't go blast on here. I go heat and like corrosive. But that's sort of up to you if you want to go that route. And the way that I would do it is by... Wait, no, I go viral corrosive. I go viral corrosive. Or viral heat, sorry. Wait, how do I do it? What do I run on my Nautilus? That moment where you're like, huh? What do I do here? Oh? Right, yeah, I do viral heat on my my damage build. So I grab the cold that's on here into viral on mine. But I think what you have there is perfectly fine. It's not like you need to go that route. Not like you need to go that route, but just sort of an option. But I think what you have there, Hydro, is really, really strong. Don't run Galvanized Chamber? No, so Galvanized Chamber and Galvanized Aptitude and all those things on your Sentinels weapons only get activated if you also use Galvanized. Is it because you're not using rifles? Yeah, it's just so that it's like, if I'm using a rifle, then I would swap it in. If I'm not using a rifle, then I have that other version, right? Because at the very least, it's a base 10% increase of... base 10% increase of multi-shot by using the regular chamber versus Galvanized Chamber. If I'm not using a rifle. So, and like, yeah, if I am using a rifle, then I lose some of that, but 6 1/2 dozen another. Like, if I'm going for like true optimizations, then yeah, I would swap in Galvanized Aptitude, Galvanized Chamber into there as necessary. Rainy Fish, what you got? Dual Tax Assist. Deadhead, Magnetic Might. Where's your crit chance coming from? This guy here? Convulsion? Why are you doing Convulsion? Just for electric for the damage, I assume? I would maybe run instead of Convulsion. I would run Hot Shot here. I find that heat tends to be better, but also it's an AoE. It also ticks on the 0. Oh, it'll also go into Corrosive. I always forget that this thing has base toxin and for some reason don't show up here. Or not base toxin, it has the unique trait, so that's why it doesn't show up in here. Yeah, this looks great. This is good. How to get heat by itself? You keep getting gas and cold. So what I do is I put on a cold mod. Hydro. Because you have to drag that cold into something else in order for you to have the heat. Right? So I drag the cold into viral here, and then I have heat on its own. And I run 2 heat mods on mine. Just to boost up those heat damage procs more. And also increases likelihood of applying heat. Right, so we have a 35% chance to apply heat and a 41% chance to apply viral. And if you wanted to like weight that even further, run down ranked versions of these. Yeah, Rainy. I mean, your dual toxins looks great. Coheric, what you got? Nyx. Okay, so using the Assimilate Augment, I'm not a big fan of the Assimilate Augment. It is very good. If you are wanting to use the Assimilate Augment and you are using Equilibrium, because you're going to be doing a whole bunch of viral spreading or radiation spreading with these 3 abilities, I would use Universal Fallout instead of Energize. You will get more energy out of it, especially with Equilibrium. Otherwise, the rest of this looks good. Yeah, nothing to say. It's got to be a little bit mindful of your energy drain with Assimilate, and, you know, because you're running low efficiency here. There is a bond mod that when you have a channeled ability active, it will give you, it's called Seismic Bond, that will give you extra efficiency. So you could use that in conjunction with this to get yourself a little bit better energy sustain and energy economy. A lot of people forget about that bond mod, including me. I forget about it all the time. Ooh, very pretty Nyx. Oh, I love the hair. Yes, very nice, very nice. I can't believe the signed on still aren't fixed. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And I'm just gonna go stretch my back. I'm in a little bit of pain right now. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I have returned. Alpha, yeah, relics are the basically the only way for you to get primes unless you trade with other players. Trading with other players is the other way to get stuff. Riaz, let's take a look at your DAGATH. Did we take a look at this yet? Okay, so you're running Neutron Star. Yeah, so this is similar to how I was running it. I'm running higher strength than you. Was Reaper activating on Neutron Stars? That could be interesting for the health regeneration. Or if you're just playing melee along with Neutron Stars for Reaper for the extra health regeneration, could be pretty solid. Grace for further health regeneration is kind of nice too. Between these two, you should have pretty high health regen. 9% of your health, you have 1300, so what? That's 120 health a second from there, which is pretty solid. 9% chance. Oh, 6% of your health. Sorry. 6% of your health. We gotta change it a little. That's all right. If you want to see some good places for farming relics, there is a short I've made. I would recommend checking on the wiki page for like specific relics that you're looking to hunt for, because some of them drop in different places and don't always drop in those locations. But kind of depends on what you have, right? Depends on what you got, depends on what you're doing. All that good stuff. Alrighty, Mobzilla, what you got? Exceltra, Frostbite. I love Frostbite on the Exceltra. Extra multi-shot as well as extra critical damage. Stormbringer, you're probably running down-ranked just for mod capacity. Yeah, this all looks good to me. Except for this. I wouldn't be running this on here. The reason why is direct damage, right? The AoE of this weapon does not function off of this. So you may want to swap this out for just like Serration of some variety. So just keep that in mind. The Okina with melee Kareen. I love the Okina with melee Kareen. I probably wouldn't run both Condition Overload and Prime Pressure Point. I would probably switch, remove this guy and get some attack speed on here. And the reason why is like you can use a status priming companion to get your status, your extra melee damage per status effect. So that's how I would go. And then you got Toxin, you got melee Kareen for cold, and then you got the weapons cold as well from the incarnate form. So I would probably replace this with some attack speed. You could throw on Magnetic Rush on here for magnetic damage plus a bit more there. And this is feeling your crit damage, although you don't have a huge amount there. Like I don't run Weeping Wounds on mine. I don't run these two. But they're not bad. Like this isn't bad, but I would say probably replace that for some attack speed personally. Akbalov, Shadow Clone. So I probably wouldn't be using these three here. You may just be relatively new, so don't worry about it if you do use these two. The reason why is IPS, Impact Puncture Slash mods, just aren't super valuable these days. And the other important thing to note here, see how you don't have Slash on here or Puncture on here? The reason why you don't have Slash or Puncture on here is wait, I thought that Shadow Prime had IPS. No, it doesn't. So you actually are not getting anything from those mods on their Akbalov. If a weapon does not have IPS, Impact Puncture, or Slash, you cannot add that stat onto the weapon. So these are literally just giving you 60% status chance. That's all these two are doing for you. So replace these with elementals. At the very least. At the very least, I would replace these with elemental mods rather than IPS, right? It's not showing up here. Means that if it doesn't have IPS, Impact Puncture or Slash, you can't mod IPS onto it. For your Ash build, hey Stardust, welcome back. How you doing? No Helminth, battery is neither here nor there. He doesn't have a ton of armor, so you're not going to be getting a lot of energy out of it, but you're probably just slotting in what arcanes you have because you are a relatively newer player. Bellicose, I wouldn't run Bellicose. He has such low base health, or such low health on here, that I probably wouldn't be running Bellicose on here. Bellicose matches another arcane called Molt Augmented at 60% power strength when you're at like 2500 health or 2600 health. So I probably wouldn't be running Bellicose here. I would recommend Arcane Fury to increase your melee damage of your Blade Storm, and like maybe something for survivability, like Kareen would go very well on here. If you want to see what my Ash looks like, I play mine as a weapon platform, where I'm leaning into just sort of casting this and then shooting with smoke screen up. So Verizon's down in Canada. Verizon's not even in Canada. Hey, Morbid, how you doing? Ooh, that looks cute. I like the fashion. Akblov. Looks nice. Bad at naming stuff. Excalibur, did I cook? Actually, yeah, I think you did. That looks sick. Man, these piercing eye shoulders is another one that I'm sure that these artists make a ton of money off of. They look really solid. That looks really nice. Saren Prime. Ooh. Ooh. Very, very pretty Saren. Oh my lord, that is stunning. That is absolutely crazily stunning. Volt Prime, also stunning. Ooh. Ooh, yes. Yeah, that's that person, Morbid, was a new player, so they probably don't have access to Reaper. And if you do have access to Reaper, Reaper is not a bad shout. Who's the Gath is this? Beholder Diceling. Okay, so you're doing Shield Gatey shenanigans, plus Spectral Spirit, Arkham Circumvent for a little bit extra. Am I a founder? No, I'm a founder for Soulframe. We gotta go back and play Soulframe. I haven't played in a while. Okay, so you're pulling people in to run them over with horses. It's kind of neat tech, I like that. High range, that's a lot of range. I don't know if I would run that high of range on here. What does that make this range to? It's got 25-meter base. So that's actually a pretty high range. That's like a 70-meter range on here. 60 something. 69, somewhere in there. That funny sex number. Precision Intensify, locking that into the 4 is nice. But, like, so the thing with Precision Intensify, the way that I always look at it is, like, where else do I need strength? And for DAGATH, I think between Doom and Grave Spirit's crit damage, you probably want to have that strength spread across these two. So I would probably run just a regular, like, Umbral Intensify on here. Not necessarily those ones there. But, certainly not bad, right? Locking in the extra strength onto here and just doing, like, big horse damage is pretty funny. Molotov for more power strength, Circumvent for defense shenanigans. Yeah, looks good. Hey, Tempest, how you doing? You're trying to do min-max meme builds? Heck yeah. As long as you're having fun. Is this better? Yeah, this is how I would do it. Like, for me, this is the way I would go. Hey, Mira, welcome back. You're building your Boltor? Heck yeah. That was some close mental math. I'm really good at estimating. I'm not good at, like, getting the exact number, but I'm really good at estimating. Whenever I was working in the cannabis industry, I would always, like, my bosses would always look at me like, okay, what's your estimate? It's like, what do you mean? It's like, what's your estimate of this? I'm like, about here. And they just looked at me and was like, what? They pulled up their calculators like, wow, you were 5 off. Do you have drops enabled? Drops are not enabled anywhere. If you're ever wondering if drops are enabled, you can just look where the pinned comment is and it will say drops are active. To my knowledge, there's no drops enabled anywhere at the moment. Cyan, how's it going? Oh, I know why we're getting asked this question. I know why we're getting asked this question. Idle Misty, 2 months prime. Heck yeah. Warframe International was just live with drops. Yeah, Warframe International and the Warframe Primetime will have drops. But that's it. Unless it's like that specific streamer's getting specific drops, which sometimes happens with Warframe content creators. I don't think that there's any happening tonight. Tomorrow after Primetime, they'll raid somebody, and then like Friday, Saturday, they usually do some stuff too. For one of the creators. But Warframe International, that's a different case. That's the official Warframe channel. Ultra Prime and Garden is in week 4 rotation. Bo is week 3. Yes, to my knowledge, yeah. How you doing today, Mira? What you been up to? And thank you very much, Idle Misty, for the 2 months Prime. Super appreciate you. Yeah, this looks much better here. Hydro. This is how I would play it. That's how I would do it, at least. You might want some fire rate. Do you got fire rate on here? I would probably replace this with for fire rate. Status chance. Oh, that's such a nice ribbon. Holy crap, that's such a nice ribbon. I would probably replace this for fire rate, personally. Is Boltor better with status or crit? Depends on which version of the Boltor. If you're doing Tellus Boltor, usually better for crit. If you're doing Boltor Prime, usually better for status. Not always, obviously. It's not like a 100% because you can go into a crit status hybrid very easily. You don't need to go full in on one or the other. The weapon is very flexible in those ways, so you can do some interesting things with it. Broken Shard, what you got? DAGATH? Ooh, shield tank DAGATH. Interesting. Mold efficiency for more duration. I would probably recommend getting some duration on here. Like, I wouldn't use Augur Message or Augur Record here. I'll get some more duration on here than this. Because Spectral Spirit really wants to have high duration. So I would at the very least try to get some duration here. Yeah, you got some duration here, but I would probably say you want to get some more duration on here. At the very minimum. I would replace that. Better? Much better. Very good. So keep in mind, one thing with this weapon, its attack speed is locked at its maximum at 1.5 because these count as finisher attacks, right? Finisher attacks are locked at a 1.5 attack speed maximum. So you don't really need to go like super high attack speed on here, but this is the right direction. Certainly so. If you got Prime Fury, this is one of the few cases where Prime Fury actually makes sense and is very good, but you should be solid. But yeah, the rest of this looks good. Pressure point, sacrificial steel for the extra crit chance. It's really just kind of like you want to go super high damage unless you're running like Wrathful Advance to get into the crits. Because it's got a 5% crit and status chance and then 1.2 crit multiplier, which is all really bad. But you can get some very interesting combinations on here, absolutely. But what you're going for on there is much better. Much better. A+, much better. Okay, I gotta take this DAGATH into a quick solo just so I can understand what my survivability is looking like. So let me just take this into a quick solo just so I have a better idea here. Swap this out for Super Spreader because I love my little Super Spreader. Does it matter what type of element you're using? Not really most of the time. Sometimes it can be useful to match elements to enemy weaknesses or resistances. But I like, especially once you get further, I'm on the wrong build. Especially once you get further going on, you do want to be going into, whatchamacallit, crit damage and heat versus crit chance and fire rate. What do you pick? I would probably do the crit damage heat, personally. Fire rate, you don't necessarily need to be like speccing into fire rate because I would recommend just running, whatchamacallit? If Kareen triggers Ice Storm, theoretically speaking... Oh, do I know if Kareen triggers Ice Storm? Yes, it 100% does. It very much does, yeah. That's what I'm using on a bunch of my builds. You can go to... There's a website that's like warframestreams.io or something like that. That has a full list of where drops and stuff will be available.
The Orican Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
Yeah, I love the Boltor. It's one of my favorite weapons in Warframe. I use the Telos Boltor though. I gotta be spamming the one more here with this build. For the Doom synergies here. And then I'm basically surviving through shield gating with the one in between Spectral Spirits is the idea here. And then we activate Spectral Spirit. Then we throw. And that's kind of the combination here. is we regenerate our shields for shield gating. Man, it really feels like it's not latching onto targets with the glaives right now for some reason. Okay, yeah, so survivability is not a problem if you're spamming the 1 to activate whatchamacallit, because between influence, the bounces, and the high damage we have, we're not really running into any problems for anything there. For reactivating Spectral Spirit on rapid cooldown. So basically, we're just using shield gating as our survivability mechanic in between Spectral Spirits, and then we activate Spectral Spirit, and we just go. Oh, I was hoping that door would open for that throw. But it doesn't feel like my damage is super high right now. Which is minorly interesting. My damage... Do I have Condition Overload on here? Maybe I've got Condition Overload on here, and that's why I'm not seeing big damage. I wonder. I'll have to take a look at this one for down here. I do have Fury. Is Fury not being activated? Oh! Is that a visual bug? Is that a visual bug? I gotta wait for Wrathful Advance to fall off here. It's not a visual bug. Maybe it is. No. All right. They broke. Interesting. Interesting. They broke something here. Interesting. What was going on there? I thought there was something wrong here. No, it should be yellows. It should be yellows and oranges. Let me go back in there. Let me go into the simi. I think that Berserk, Blood Rush, and Weeping Wound are broken right now, but I don't know if it's just a visual broke or non-functional here. I'm doing the light attack build, Equinox. I'm not doing the heavy attack build, so I don't need reflex. This is meant to be a bounce build. Not a heavy attack build, because the Kestrel Prime has the unique trait where it increases the amount of bounces that you have. DAGATH alerts? Yes. Can bounce up to 8 times, right? So we're playing around that. We're not playing around the heavy attack. So we don't care about Elementalist. It's these two that I have in potential issues with. And we'll switch focus schools over to Narman just for this quick test. We'll drop you off. Yo, Turbo, how's it going? How about me? I'm doing pretty well. Okay, so it is increasing my crit chance, so it's just a visual bug. Okay. Let me check to see if anyone's made a bug report on that yet. Effect is active, but buff bar is visually showing it as being stuck at 1x. Okay, there we go. That's what I needed to test there. Okay, cool. Hey, dude, it's been a long time. How you doing? I should probably stop drinking that coffee because I have to get to bed very early tonight for my consulting thing tomorrow. 200% damage with higher crit damage or less crit damage but with heat. Probably do less crit damage with heat. Probably. Work. Heck yeah. Okay, okay, so Wrathful Advanced feels solid enough. I don't think we need to make any changes to this build. So the idea is that we're shield gating between these two and some auger mods on our pistols, and also weird scythe spam for shield gating in between spectral spirits, grave spirits, and then Wrathful Advance plus Doom plus grave spirit plus a melee weapon spitting out a bunch of stuff is super solid. High strength, high damage, and we have Arcane Fury and multi-augmented, and this is using a balanced glaive, although it's good with any form of high crit weapon. Currently process of condensing your thoughts about your Trinity Empire setup for a friend of yours. So much technical stuff to explain. You want to make sure you just don't copy the build and run with it without knowing how it works. Yeah, that's always the big problem as a creator too, so I get what you're saying, Turbo. It's one of those things. Iron, when did you get resubbed? Oh, you got a gifted a sub yesterday, that's right. It's like, when did that happen? I'm glad that you got that gift sub. Yeah, that's always the big problem, Turbo, is like you need to like balance the knowledge with sort of the explanation. And especially when it comes to shorts, that's something that I've had to really nail down as a skill set. So I totally get what you're going through. Because you have to like explain concisely enough that the person's eyes don't glaze over and then they start seeing their lecture rooms from university all over again. And their brains are just melting. You can watch their brains melt out of their nose while they're drooling. So I get it. So the weapon platform build is another one that I want to do some testing on. I don't know if I have the energy to do some more testing here right now. Let's just take this for a quick spin. We'll probably use just the good old Sobek for this for the moment. And let's just take this out for a quick spin. Let's throw on Zenerk again because I'm addicted. We don't really care about any of that. Let's grab our companion, Super Spreader. Okay, you didn't want to equip it? Cool. There we go. There we go. It's fun actually writing stuff down that, for once instead of just being in your head. Found a new vibe person? Oh yeah, Freya's great. Highly recommend. Freya's fantastic. Easiest Stella farm, Netrocells isn't cutting it. The boss fights is actually a really good Stella farm. Astery, how you been? Another face I haven't seen in a while. Oh, I love seeing all these people come on back. I love it. You know what? Just for the health orbs. Let's turn into energy.
The Orican Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
Okay, so we got Blast. Interesting. So our problem at the moment is we don't have a ton of energy. And that's why I just died, was because of energy problems. Okay, so we activate that. We activate Thermal Sunder. We activate Thermal Transfer. And then we throw horses at people. And just go ham. Oh, you know what I forgot this build had? Circumvent. That's how I'm supposed to be surviving on here. I always forget. That's the way I want to be surviving on this. So we use Arcane Circumvent to roll through people while we're like reloading. Wait, does reloading interrupt that? So then we get heat, we activate that, we go like that, or we activate Blast on here because Blast will spread whatchamacallit. Doom. I don't know that I can. Are you giving you something to watch while you do cardio? Ooh, how's cardio going? Okay, this actually feels really solid. Because we have armor strip from the horsies. And damage, obviously, from horsies, too. And then we have Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer for our weapon damage. I just have to make sure that I keep an eye on the buff for Thermal Sunder. It is a 50-second buff, so that's, like, not a problem to uphold at all. Am I using Circumvent on this build, or not Circumvent, the other one? Am I using... No, I am not. The one that gives you... whatchamacallit? You know, the one that gives you whatchamacallit. You know, that one. Why Gift of the Lotus? Because then people don't need to have a dojo to get it, and they're also going to be, over the next 3 weeks, giving out fully built of each of the parts. And if you watch today's short, all the information you need on that is there for you. Ah, okay, so that was something I always forget about Thermal Transfer, is that you don't need to be... Oh, we can also just spam Doom on people, too. As another ability to spam. And then you just cast Thermal Sunder to lock in the extra 500% blast. And you just go ham. And then whenever it's active, you go like that. You have Melee Korean as your other emergency survivability tech by rolling through people, stealing their shields. Okay. Feels pretty solid. I feel like maybe this weapon's not the best weapon for it, but that is a easy figure out. Because that's just using different weapons depending on how you're wanting to play. Do they call me Spitball? Reload, please. Thank you. So the other alerts will have fully built parts for DAGATH. So you don't need to do the Vainthorn missions. You can just get DAGATH sort of over the next few weeks without any concern. Very easy and quickly. Okay, this build feels solid. Nothing really to say about this. This build feels quite good. I kind of feel like this build needs a little bit more cast speed, though. So this was part of the concern, was do I have enough cast speed? So I feel like I should replace one of those strength shards with some cast speed. Another cast speed shard. Just because I feel like this is like, it's a little bit slow for my liking for cast speed. So... yeah, I think we want one more cast speed shard on here. I think we want one more. Okay, that's easy though. Because I like to try to make my builds where like you don't need to be having certain like frames or combinations or things like that. Like you don't need a very specific use of certain shards unless like I'm making note of it. So like the Kulavo build will be using, or Wrathful Advance build will be having some different shard choices because, you know, critical damage when you have over 500 maximum energy, which we do because we were running a float. So that'll be a nice and simple option there for us. Okay, thermal transfer build feels solid. Nothing to say here, just requires a little bit of changing up how you survive, using circumvent to help you out in that regards. For overguard steel, armor steel, and health steel or shield steel. Oh, cardio is super important. No. Anyone who says that cardio, like, ooh, cardio, no, cardio is 100% necessary. You're trying to put pyrotechnics on Frost. Any tips? Ooh. I mean, actually, it would make sense, and it would not be terrible on Frost. The big thing with pyrotechnics is you usually want to put it on frames that have some kind of ragdoll effect, because pyrotechnics allows you to hit like with one pyrotechnics thing like 7 times on a single enemy, so it counts, you know, it applies 7 heat stacks, 14 with or 6 heat stacks, 12 with Archon Vitality. But if you're wanting to put it on Frost, then I would probably say like a normal high strength, high range Frost build, which you're already probably going to be running, and then like throw on Archon Vitality and just go, would be like the thing that makes the most sense for me if you want to do a bit of a funny build like that. Ooh, might go to Seahawks game for an early birthday present. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, you know what? Listen, I know that like the extra strength, it's 15% strength, but I think the cast speed would just make this play better for me. Mecha set on Frost, if you're going that direction, yeah, the mecha set would make sense. I think we do want to have the 2 cast speeds on here. I think especially with the like this, for like all of the builds except for the Wrathful Advance build, the Wrathful Advance build can just be 1 cast speed, 4 purples using the crit damage buff, I think is what I would do for the Wrathful build, and then everyone else would just be sitting like this. I think that's where it is. Because Hotshot's funny? Oh yeah, absolutely. And actually, that would be a really good combination for that, is put Hotshot on there with the pyrotechnics and then the biting frost augments, so that you get bonus crit, you get like a ton of extra crit chance, and then you also get some decent crit damage out of it from the biting frost augment. Okay, so that's that one. Let's take this one for a spin now, just so that I can understand if I made the right choices here. So this is going to be more of a caster-oriented build, but do I want to do I want to get rid of Molt Augmented and go into Arcane Hotshot, so then we have sort of a weapon caster hybrid on here? And because then we would have 2 sort of weapon caster hybrids a little bit. On here, because we're using Circumvent as our emergency survivability button, I feel like we don't want to throw Hotshot on here. However, realistically speaking, we probably could throw Hotshot on here with just the heat. Thermal transfer lingering on the ground, keeping our stacks up for it. So like, for damage output, Hotshot. For survivability, Circumvent is what I would say for this. And then for this build, I'm really tempted to swap this out for Hotshot. But also, I really do like having that extra strength. But also, we're going into crit stuff anyway here. But we could also go Avenger for the Null Stars crit chance stuff with this. We could do the Avenger tech. How long does Avenger last for? It's only 12 seconds, and we're going to have a lot of time locked into our Grave Spirit, so I actually don't think I want to go that way. Because of that. Because we won't be able to take damage which theoretically would stop Avenger from getting activated. We could use the other one on here instead, the one that deals damage to you and heals your allies, in order to activate it. But I wonder if that would activate while we're invincible with Grave Spirit here. I don't know. I mean, we could always just give it a try. So let's throw on Avenger and what's that aura? Combat Discipline. Let's give it a shot real quick to see if that activates there. Because that could be an interesting thing there. Oh, Phantom Eyes on Frost with Hotshot? Especially because then you remove the armor with your Avalanche. And then... hey, that's my gun. Thank you. Be gone. No, not that one. This one, please. Thank you. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break. You're extremely late, Cardi, but that's okay. I love that you're here now. How you doing today? We do gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you second. Bye. 28 null stars?
Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
Oh. Arcane Avenger is being activated while we're in this mode. So that is some very neat tech. Interesting. So that is being activated here. And we're kind of sustaining ourselves with just the amount of health orbs we have on the ground. And then we're playing a bit of a weapon platform caster hybrid. And because both the first ability and null stars are one-handed actions, we can be firing during it. Ooh, okay, now we're kind of cooking something. All right, all right, all right. Does null stars gain the extra critical damage from Doom? You don't get the full DAGATH set until next month. If you watch the short, I go over all the information there for you. Oh yeah, the extra cast speed is really making a difference for me. Holy crap. I'm... Euro XY Guru. Hi, how's it going? Okay, and Avenger is being constantly... Where are you, Avenger? Where are you, Avenger? You know what? Oh, but the concentration's really nice. Yeah, Nullstar is DAGATH caster. I'm just trying to decide if I want to go Avenger or if I want to go something else here. Hotshot. I think Avenger, just for the extra crit chance, because we're getting a whole bunch of extra critical damage from her, from Doom on here. So I think this is kind of the way that I want to be playing it. And because both Weird Scythes and Null Stars are, one-handed actions, we're just kind of reloading constantly. And like we lock in that extra duration both into Null Stars and Circumvent, or Null Stars and her, holy crap, I'm unkillable. Wow, this is actually... They don't give the resources? That's because they're coming with the fully built stuff. Everybody, just as a reminder, the DAGATH alerts are coming with fully built parts for her. So you don't need the resources. It's not the blueprints, it's the fully built parts. Very important difference. The headlights build, I assume you mean no Phantom Eyes? Yeah, I've seen it. That's a Tato build. It was actually funny because like I made that exact build. Thero Strike with the augment. I think Thero Strike's not the way I would want to go with it. But I do see the potential for it. Okay, you know what? This is, I think, a very funny caster build. Now, could we get away without that extra 60% duration so that we could get Hotshot on here? For the extra crit chance? Do we need that extra crit chance? Nah, not really. It would be an option, though, and maybe something I could make note of and mention to people. And, like, we're so relatively sustainable right now that it's, like, not really any form of survivability problems, which is a really big thing here. We do get 75% damage reduction, and then we're sort of shield gating in between stuff for survivability, in between her second ability, or third ability, sorry. And we're applying so much heat and sort of other status effects that's playing very well into everything. I just don't know if Null Stars would get the extra crit damage from Doom. And I don't really know how I could test that, because there's always so much extra damage with Null Stars. So it's like a little hard to test. I'm certain that I could figure it out, though, if I really felt like it. I just can't remember if Null Stars gets bonus crit damage from mods and stuff. I would assume it does.
Destroy them. They are drawing from your life support.
You love Blast Boltor? Boltor's great. Very, very fun weapon. Very good times. Yeah, you know what? I think this is the build. I do like the idea. I gotta figure out if Null Stars can get the extra damage. Stupid mag bubble stuff. What? Can you stop putting the mag bubble on me for so many times? That's the 4th time you've done that, bro. Calm yourself. Get out of here. Punk ass prick. What ability would I subsume off? For what exactly? Okay, so the one thing I gotta figure out here is, does Null Stars get bonus critical damage from Doom? This feels like I might need to rope in the assistance of, oh, Null Stars? Yeah, I'm running Null Stars over the 4th ability here. But I'm not sold on Null Stars being the thing that I replace yet. I gotta figure out if Null Stars gets bonus critical damage from mod sources like Doom. So let's figure that out. Null Star. Particles can also benefit from flat critical chance, such as from Covenant or Arcane Avenger. However, they have a crit multiplier of 1.0, so sources of critical damage like Tenacious Bond are required for any effect on the damage. So yes, it will. So yes, it will. Delicious. Okay, so with that in mind, this is the build done for the caster weapon platform. I was debating putting Null Stars over Doom, but I don't think that's the right choice. Now, that said, I might put Null Stars over the 1 because the armor strip from the 4 could be really solid. And we'll be able to spam Doom and Null Stars for the duration locking onto Grave Spirit and Null Stars. So you cast Doom, then you cast Null Stars, then you cast Grave Spirit into there. Posting a link in the server? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it, Iron. I was just gonna do a thing over there. Removes doom scaling? Yeah, so what I was checking to see is that if Null Star's critical damage can be modified by mods or not, and if it didn't, then putting Null Stars over Doom would be a good choice. But if it does, so that means we're going to be putting Null Stars over Weird Sights instead of the 4. What prime set should they go after? I mean, it kind of depends on like what kind of playstyle they want to go for, right? Remove and feed. Man, my poor helmet has gotten some work today. Why can't? Oh, we don't have enough. Yeah, so for the Null Stars build, we're gonna put it over there. This is actually very fun to play. This is just sort of like the... Oh, but you know what? At that point, we're now losing... Because I remember correctly, the 4th is a two-handed action. So we're losing a little bit of mobility and speed in there, but that's just something that I mentioned inside of the video, so that's not a problem at all. That's not a problem at all. The one thing that I love about doing build crafting on stream is so like if anyone says, oh, you're just copying somebody, who's like, bro, you can literally watch me figure out how I did my build. Here you go. It's always like one of the, oh, I wasn't paying attention. Oh no, my dog's killing everything. Dog, damn you. I wasn't paying attention. So comfy looking. Yeah, I actually am super comfy today. Lucitrix, how you doing? Welcome in. Ah! Yeah, see, that was the one thing that I wasn't not super jazzed about, is it being a two-handed action for casting the Horsies. But the extra armor strip will just generally be pretty solid, because then her whatchamacallit here, Null Stars will have armor strip for them to increase their damage. So I feel like putting it over that one makes more sense. Why don't I run a Hound? I generally just prefer the Panzer. I don't necessarily need the status priming in an AoE, I just need viral. And the Panzer's sort of constant, never dying. It's just, you know, Hounds are generally also very squishy. Like, especially when you're a late game player, Hounds are real squishy. Really, really squishy. They're very, very good, but they're just a bit glass cannony for my tastes. Never understood why DAGATH's viral on 1. It always felt like a single target. Maybe you're wrong. It does heat seeking, so if you only got one enemy in front of you, it'll only hit the one enemy. Yeah, okay, you know what? This feels good. This is like one of those things where it's like if you want to be more mobile and constantly on the move and you don't care about armor reduction, or you have armor reduction from another source, then you put it over the 4. If you don't have armor reduction, then you put it over the 1. And that's how that is. Okay, perfect. Easy peasy. Super easy peasy. Super duper easy peasy. And then a funny evade build, because you know what? Why not? But I think with the evade build, instead of growing power, we want worthy camaraderie. For the extra headshot, weak point, extra crit chance. We go like that. Hey, what are you doing? You see DAGATH immediately interested? Yeah, we've been working on DAGATH all day. I was trying to get a better understanding of DAGATH, so we got a bit of a fun build here. Actually, 4 builds today. Never, but yeah, it's, DAGATH's first ability does, Heat Seek. So it's 7 blades, it'll target as many enemies as it possibly can. So it's just sort of a, oh yeah, that's the good stuff. So it just ends up giving you some sort of extra stuff, and then also plays into Doom as well, and that type of stuff. So the idea with this one here is we're gonna lock in the extra duration into Evade and Grave Spirit by casting Doom and Cavalry, and that's the idea here. So then this will be all based around weak point hits and weak point crit stuff. So what do we got that's like good weak point stuff? The Vidaria. Vidar. Let's take this for a quick spin. Do you guys have a favorite of yours? I'm really enjoying it, Hitari. Got some interesting builds on here. Certainly so. I'm really just pleased with the build crafting we've done. She feels just like very well thought out. Like the way that I'm playing it. Right. Right. The Vidaria is not a hold for auto fire. Right. Chucker. Yeah, Chucker would also be solid for the weak points too. You like hounds that hit really hard if they hit something and not running around like a brain freeze? Yeah, it's just, you know, it's the AI on the hounds to me is like just not that great. Like just realistically speaking, it's just not that great. So, oh, I didn't want to do that, but that's fine. So then we activate Grave Spirit, we Horsey to reduce enemies' armor. And, oh, right, this one is not using the augment because we're just trying to feed the extra crit damage. Right, this one's not using the Spectral Spirit augment. We're doing this to feed crit damage as always functioning on here, is the idea behind this build. So this one, I feel like probably needs a bit of a change for weapon choices. So like the new core would go really well on this build. Wow, even with as high cast speed as I have on here, it still feels a little slow. But we just cast Doom on people, and that kind of solves that problem, right? So instead of doing Doom through abilities and stuff, we're doing Doom manual casting, which I think is perfectly fine. And then we have the... Right, we just cast... Oh, does this... Hold on, if we cast this, does it pull you out of the animation? No, it doesn't. It doesn't pull you out of the scope. Okay, cool. Are the DAGATH alerts once an hour? No. They are once a week. And the new ones show up next week. So this week is the main blueprint. Next week is the chassis. Week after that is the neuroptics. Week after that is the systems. I think that they probably should have just done it as a one thing, like a one and done. Like how they did with other frames. I think that this is a little bit of a I think it's probably not like the greatest, but like I understand that they're probably doing it because they're trying to keep people engaged for longer periods of time. So like as a business idea, I get it. Yeah, you know what? With this build, it just feels solid. Right? We cast Doom. I think something that's more AoE oriented on headshots. So the Sporthrex. I feel like a Sporthrex would go really, really well on this build. So let's grab the Sporthrex. I think the Sporthrex would be solid here. Because that's headshots. It's got decent crit side. Oh, does it have decent crit side? It doesn't have decent crit side. The Sporthrex is all about status, ain't you? Yeah, you're all about status, ain't you? You got a really high crit damage. Really high crit damage. But not a whole lot of crits. We are doing an acuity build on here, but that's 350% of 5%, so maybe not. I feel like the Chalker is a good call on here. Absolutely. I'd have to redo my Chalker build though for that, so we're not gonna worry about that. You have to go now. Your cat wants foods and cuddles. I hope that you and your cat have yourself a wonderful night. Thanks so much for dropping by. Code of Synapse, yeah, but what I'm looking for is like something that has headshot stuff, but also has some kind of AoE. The Synapse does not really fall into that category, and also not really a lot of weapons fall into that category. Which is mildly part of the problem. Now that said, the Nell would absolutely fall as a good choice in here. Absolutely. I'm just looking for like other options and like other neat tech that we can try using here. I think we're gonna try you, and I think we're gonna throw on Frostbite back on here. So let's go give this a try. Real quick. I think this will fit with how I want to play this build. The Bratton. I think so.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
Give me your life. What frames in the casting department would you recommend for a new player? Vol?
The Orican Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from
Like a caster Vol? Nezha, for a new player, Nezha requires a lot of like tech to really get going. You still have to do your LR5 test? Thank you for the reminder. What is it? 6 months and 4 days now. All right, here's that break, everybody. Sorry. Garuda? Yeah, Garuda's got some fun caster tech to her. Absolutely. Are any of the bows good? Lots of good bows. Nadaruk is fantastic. Right, we need to be casting Doom with this build. I keep forgetting about that. We need to be casting Doom here. Also, the other thing with Nezha is Nezha's a dojo frame, so like I wouldn't go farming for a Nezha Prime first for them. I'd be like, hey, here's the dojo. Go grab your dojo. Go grab your dojo frame, and then when you get back, testing it out. If you like it, then we can go for the Prime. But Nezha is a very good caster, and honestly, you don't need to like play a super high, like a super high investment Nezha to make him good. So, but like, yeah, Nezha would be good. Ember's super solid as a caster, but again requires a little bit of like tech and a little bit of understanding, so maybe not the best for a baby Tenno. Meg is actually a pretty good caster frame. I saw someone mention that one as well. Well, they were looking for Prime specifically. Okay, Doom is a one-handed action, so you can reload while casting Doom. Okay, that's good. I always forgot if that is a one-handed action or not. Flashlight! Okay, that feels good. So the build feels fine, just a few little things there. But the build does feel fine. Dante isn't really an early game frame? No, very much not. Whisper in the Walls, pretty late in the game. And it does require you to have quests done, right? Caster. Yeah, Garuda's a very good caster. You can do some fun things with Garuda caster. Maybe Gyre? Gyre kind of requires the augment, so I probably wouldn't go that route. Gara's great, yeah, but that does require you to, like, understand the modding stuff. Noko, but Noko's a little bit later. So maybe not Noko. Honestly, Protea. Voyage. Protea would be a really good shout. Gives you caster opportunity, gives you weapon platform opportunity, gives you some sustainability inside of your missions, gives you sort of some teaching about like shields and health orbs and energy orbs and ammo. I would actually maybe say Protea if you're looking to do like a prime for your baby Tenno. This would be a really, really good opportunity to teach you lots of different options and lots of build crafting stuff. Yeah, actually, Voyage, I would definitely say, Lion, where have you been? Need the augments? You don't really need the augments for Protea at all. I don't run augments on my Protea. I don't run any augments on Protea. I would say Protea. Voyage. I think Protea would be a really good shout there. For like a new, like if you're getting a prime for a new player, threw your back out. Were you throwing so much ass that you threw out your back? Sorry, Lion. I don't know why I targeted you with that one. You just got targeted. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you know what? Voyage, I would say Protea. Shoveling snow? Ah, another lives near the north. Yes, yes. Welcome. Asking which prime to go after? I would say go after Protea, personally. She should still be on rotation. I don't think she's vaulted yet. I would say Protea. I think Protea for like which prime to go for. She's got like a lot of functions, so it's great for like learning as a new player. Good survivability, good damage output, ability to go caster, ability to go weapon platform. I would say Protea for like a new player. Like if they're going for target farming a prime specifically. Get her soon because she'll be vaulted next. No, it can't be her next. Didn't Gauss or Grendel just get vaulted? Shouldn't it be someone else in between those two? Because Gauss was vaulted with Gyre. Yeah, but wasn't there someone in between them? That's what I'm wondering. I just can't remember if Protea was next or if there was someone in between. My brain don't work good. Anyway, yeah, I would still say Protea. Yeah, and also, as people said, Protea is a part of the Prime Vanguard, so she's actually pretty cheap. She's still in rotation. So, like, between farming or purchasing with Platinum, Protea is actually pretty reasonable at the moment. We should be finding out what our next Prime is on the next dev stream. I'm hoping it's Stynex. It should be Stynex. So. Well, I mean, if you do pull up the wiki like that, you probably are correct. Who was it? Protea, Zaku, Lavos, Sevagoth. So then it would have been Protea. Yeah, it should be Protea next. Yeah. Oh. You're right. I hate you. Kidding. I'm kidding. Clearly. Okay, we're just deleting this whole thread. Goodbye. None of you need to be there anymore. No, I'm kidding. We love you, Iron. We love everybody. Everybody is good. Except for you. You know what you did. You monster. Want it all. Want it now. Sorry, I was just checking my YouTube comments there. Yeah, I'd say Protea. Okay, let's take a look at what people sent us. Why the hell are you doing cardio and abs on the same day? I mean, that's what I would always do. But I'm someone who does cardio every day when I go to the gym. It's like just a good warm up. As the first galvanized mod, what would be better to get? Using the Soma as your rifle and Broken War as your melee. Not sure what you go for as the mod. I would recommend the multi-shot and SAS, extra damage on SAS chance mods. So if you're liking the Soma, you'd be looking at galvanized chamber and galvanized aptitude. Would be the ones that I would recommend you grab first. You don't have suffers anymore? No, I'm not doing the suffers anymore. I was just finding it, it was draining my energy. People were being just assholes about it. So we're not doing the suffer anymore. The few ruined it for the many. Unfortunately. So I just work out off stream now. For the Kuva Comb, what do we got? Galvanized Hell Savvy, Crux. Crux is so good on here. Elementalist, what's your elements you got here? Electricity and magnetic. Well, you're getting slash and electricity, I suppose, but I probably would look at getting yourself another damaging element on here, just for like extras. It's not super necessary, but it'd be nice. Fire rate, revive speed. Yeah, it's nice for some missions in some areas. I think what you have here is super solid. Just kind of depends on what your progenitor element is here. I would honestly suck it more into electricity. Just boost up that electric damage more for shotgun elementalists and whatnot. Morbid, what you got? You have Regulators Prime. I probably wouldn't use Merciless Gunfight. So Regulators is a little bit weird. It's a gun that makes damage appear in the middle of enemies. So it doesn't actually shoot bullets. So I would replace Merciless Gunfight with Magnetic Might. There's not really a reason to be doing that. Not really a reason to be putting on Merciless Gunfight here. The other thing that I would probably recommend is switching out Scorch for Prime Pistol or Primed Heated Charge. Secondary Encumber for the extra status chance, which works well there. Don't forget that if you have this on here, you can run Impetus on your Mesa so that your Mesa will get more there. Remove Gambit and use Enervate. This thing's got pretty good base crit chance. I would probably just play into the base crits here personally. I would just play into that there. It's got enough of a base crit chance that it's pretty solid. You could go into Enervate if you felt like it, but then you would have to, like, you know, remove that. And, like, you could move that up there and then get another element on here. Right? Magnetic mod, maybe the radiation mod for more fire rate, because obviously regulars love fire rate. Hey, Prefect, how you doing? And then, yeah, some kind of damage on here would be what I would do. That's what your Mesa looks like. Yeah, so Impetus allows you to, like, throw a bunch more. You don't enervate on regulars if you're using Topaz Shards or Hotshot, which is what I would probably do here. Velocity's really good, though. Velocity's really good. It's really, really good. But you can get more fire rate in other ways, right? You could throw on the radiation mod on here if you want more fire rate, but you got so much fire rate here. You could get Hotshot. If you use Impetus, do you need to snapshot it? Yeah, you would have to just quickly recast, which is, like, not a problem. You just have to recast. You're going to be recasting Peacemaker fairly frequently anyway, because you got low range. So, it's not a problem. Onimori adaptation. I would probably switch out adaptation for Rolling Guard, because you got 95% damage reduction on Shatter Shield. And, like, Rolling Guard might do you better. It's just kind of a personal preference thing. It's not super necessary. It's kind of 6-1 or half dozen other. But the rest of this all looks good to me. That's a lot of Archon mods, though. Does Archon Intensify activate off of Onimori? Should. Theoretically. Okay, so don't use Archon Stretch. You can't regenerate energy when a channeled ability is active. So I'll just use a regular stretch. You know, it's not like a super mod capacity concern for you, but just something to keep in mind. You don't get energy per second bonuses when you have a channeled ability active. The rest of that all looks good. Tempest, what you got? Boltor. Shred. Shred. Shred, prime shred, more fire rate, more punch through, prime shred. Don't use this. Use prime shred. Critical damage, ammo maximum, heat, minus damage to corpus. Not bad. Yeah, certainly not bad. You don't want a max shred? I would still put on an unmaxed prime shred. More punch through. More enemies being hit by your bullets. More blast effects. Shred. Where can you farm Orkin cells? Okay, so Orkin cells are different. Orkin cells are, I would recommend these 3 spots here. So on Saturn, this tile here often pops up as a relic mission. So Helene is very good for that. Otherwise, you're looking up here on Ceres, Semene, or Gabby are the 2 best spots for farming Orkin cells. But if you can get if you can time it right when there's a Void Fissure mission on Helene, I would definitely go with Helene. Hey, Shroom, how you doing, dude? Mods? Shout out that Shroom. If you'd be so kind. Caliban Prime, let's take a look what you're doing to your Cali. High strength, decent duration, decent range. I would say that you don't need that much duration on here. Hey, Haru BQ. Probably mispronounced that, but hi, how you doing? I would probably go more range. I would replace this with more range. You do... Why did you put Helmets over that one? Why did you get rid of his best ability? I'm so confused here. I'm so confused. Weapon platform? Yeah, but even then, I still wouldn't put it over the first ability. Razor Gyre is way too good. No, you don't want to put it over the 4. You put it over the 2. No, this is 100% armor strip. You don't want to be removing this. No. The best? Yeah, it groups enemies so your guns so that you can shoot everything grouped up. Put it over the 3, put it over the 2. While this is nice for the damage vulnerability, the problem is that it is slow. It is a cast for a short period of time, and personally at least, I prefer enemy grouping functions. Damage vuln? Yeah, but like, is the damage vuln actually necessary? If everything's grouped up, being electrocuted to death, having no armor, plus roar with your bullets? You know what I mean? The 2's not that good? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the 2. It's fine, but it's not great. I guess it depends on how much damage volume you got. It's 35%, so what, you're saying at about 100 and something? So, yeah, I would definitely keep Razor Gyre. It's also, the first ability is also your health and energy and shields regeneration. So, I would always keep the 1. I think the 1 is his best ability. Especially with its augment. 2 is nice in some scenarios, but you think your main build's also Sumo over it? Yeah. It's really good, but it is the Sumo off slot? Yeah, exactly. Precisely. It's not that it's bad, it's that the other abilities are also just so good. Right? It's sort of the comparison. 100% armor strip and a very wide AoE. Amazing. Shield regeneration, taunting enemies, a whole bunch of bonuses there. And like, this is the one ability out of them all that's like the weakest of his 4 abilities. Not that it's bad, it's just the other ones have so much better stuff to them. At least in my opinion, that's the case. Learn to use Relly, she's fun. Oh, Urelli's great fun. If you want to see my build for Urelli, oh, that's not how you spell it. Urelli. There's some stuff there for you. Turbo. Oh. Oh. Where'd he go? Oh. Poor Grendel. Disappeared. Poor Grendel. Hey, Gibbon, how you doing? Alrighty. Where are we at for the day? I don't know. Doing things. Look at me. I'm a frame. Bop, bop, bop. Sticky Joe, a chroma. Oh, damn, dude. Ooh. Ooh, I like like. Does Breachers do anything on Nova? Yeah, it does, because Nova's got a ton of damage instances from Null Stars. So, Breach Surge gets activated off of has a chance to activate a spark off of every damage source. When you have a ton of Null Stars, then you have a ton of damage. And especially if enemies are relatively grouped up, then they can be hit by multiple Null Stars from different directions, from different enemies. And causes a lot of big old explosions. 10% per hit, yes, but it scales. It scales with, what is it, power strength? Syndicate stuff still best for leveling stuff? What do you mean by that? Do you mean ESO? Elite Sanctuary Onslaught or Sanctuary Onslaught? Yeah. Yeah, it's still incredibly good. Super good. Time to get some sleep? Don't worry, it's bad name and stuff. I hope you have yourself a good sleep, and we'll catch you later. Okay, let's just snooze that for now. Brev, what you got? What you got for me, Brev? Blood Altar. Ooh, Blood Altar. That's different. Huh. Put Breach Surge on Calibans too? It is really funny. It is really, really funny. Never really experienced it. Enemy density, enemy spawn rates. It's over the 2, not the 3. Enemy spawn rates, enemy density, it's same with like defenses, right? The way to look at like Elite Sanctuary Onslaught, it's like if a survival mission happened on a defense tile, right? Intensify, how are you healing yourself? You're healing yourself there. How are you taking damage? How are you taking damage? In order to activate Archon Intensify is my only question here. Hey, Divvy, how you doing? My only question with this build here is how are you activating this? It's only got a 10-second thing. I mean, they didn't send anything else, so I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But yes, the only question here is how you're activating this. If you don't have an answer for how you're activating this, just throw an Umbral Intensify instead. And if you're not certain how you're activating this, then yeah, Umbral Intensify. The rest of the build looks good. Good range, high strength, decent duration, energize for extra energy consumption or energy stuff here as well. Doesn't Garuda things heal? Yes, but the problem is how are you taking damage for your health to be healed? Things are going to be dying or getting electrocuted before they can get to you, is the problem. And then you also have shields on top of that. The problem is actually taking damage with this build so that it can heal you, so that it can be activated. Now, if you're healing allies, then it gets activated, and so on and so forth. I don't think it gets activated off of healing your companions, which is minorly annoying. And if that's the case, then obviously there would be some problems there. But yeah, it does get activated off of, like, healing. Would swapping in combat discipline? That was going to be my suggestion, precisely. Because Blood Altar will then heal up anything from combat discipline, and then you could even, if you're feeling really spicy and crazy, throw on Avenger. For extra crit chance, which I believe would affect your electricity stuff from her. So yeah, I would replace that with combat discipline personally. And you do have the mod capacity also for you to be able to do like a downranked version if you're having any concerns about survivability in that regards. But it's just sort of the, like, if you don't feel, like, what I would say on here, Brev, is take this into a few runs. Just keep an eye to see if this is being activated. If it's not being activated, then you know to switch out growing power for combat discipline. Because if it's healing allies, you know, I don't remember if it gets activated off healing your companions. But if it's healing allies or your own health or whatever, just keep an eye on it for a few runs. And if you don't see any problems, then completely ignore everything I've said. Easy as that. Shroom. Ooh. Ooh. He blew. Abu D, Abu Die. I like that, actually. Blouse. Blue Gauss. Points. Blouses. Hotshot. Roar over the 3. Interesting choice. But you're using the temporal stuff, so that makes sense why you're doing that. The only thing I would be concerned about here is like your health or your energy sustain. Because you removed your usual energy sustain. You could run a companion and then that has an ability, and then you can activate Archon Stretch off of that. Which is another route that you go for just like a little bit of passive health energy regeneration. But otherwise, I like the rest of this build. Looks very nice. You may want to get a Rolling Guard on here. Like, I would switch out Primary Direction for Rolling Guard, personally. Just as an emergency status cleanse. Because your shields are coming from your grenade fans, right? What does your fashion look like for Patia? Ooh, I love the color choices. This, like, red just accenting in with this black and gold. Very nice. Regular Prime. Secondary Fortifier. Yes, this is another way to go about it. Going Secondary Fortifier. Absolutely. I would probably not run Creeping Bullseye, especially on this weapon, though. Definitely a Prime Target Cracker. Mesa's pistols wants as much fire rate as you could possibly throw on these things. So I would replace this with Prime Pistol Gambit. That 20% fire rate, but you're only getting 13% crit chance. I would definitely look at swapping that out, personally. Okay, we are going to call it here for me today, peeps. A little bit early because I've got a very long day tomorrow. So Idle Misty, thank you very much for the 2 months Prime. Angel Guardian, thank you very much for the 3 months Prime. Kai, thank you very much for the gifted gifted membership over on YouTube. No Sympathy, thank you very much for the raid. Oath of Sloth, thank you very much for the Prime. And because Stream Elements is trash and doesn't understand how to properly show information. What? I hate you, Stream Elements. Like, why do you do this? We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't care about that. No, we don't care about that. We don't care about that. Thank you. Thanks, Stream Elements. You're great. And that was it for today. So we'll be back tomorrow, everybody. We'll be playing a little bit of Warframe. As usual on Thursdays, we take, it's usually not as long of a day tomorrow. We aren't doing Variety tomorrow. We will be playing Warframe tomorrow, as we'll be doing Variety on Friday with some friends. So we're gonna go drop you off with somebody. Who should we drop you all off with? What about over here? What about over here? Should we go drop you off over here? Yeah, let's go drop you off over here. All right, everybody. Go say hi to Brosime. If you got a sub, there you go. There's some emotes. I gotta change that sub command so it's a little bit shorter. But go say hi to Brosime, everybody. Take care, be safe, be good to each other. We'll see you all tomorrow. I hope you all have yourselves a wonderful evening. Much love. See you then. Keep an eye on my YouTube channel and make sure to go watch Kai's video today. Kai had me over for a quick little collab on his Araxia video, so make sure to go give him some love. All right, see y'all.